recording now,
I was
so
actually
let's,
hoping.
yeah. So just saying, we're recording now.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hello. And I will.
You have no say in this. You're just
watch-
part of the game.
I will watch Horde of the Dragon Queen later on. Horde of the Dragon Queen Part 2, which Fox DM'd last week because I was without power. And I wanted to let Fox know that he lost a serious shot here. You lost your chance because you said Barker had no power, and without power, he has no internet. And you could have said he has no responsibility.
There we go. Because
I did meh your face.
I did say I just said before the game I did saw Guardians of the Galaxy, and of course we also mentioned the other movies not owned by Marvel.
I think I try to keep my comedy a little more contemporaneous than that. It's like, I could do that. Maybe I've got some Titanic zingers for us while we're hitting these at the height of this.
Well, you know, technically there was a Spider-Man movie this year. It wasn't very good, but it was there.
Let's go ahead and post the link to our streaming for our 2 fans that want to tune in.
Marker, sorry for interrupting you. I didn't see it was live. I wanted.
Damn it, Solar! I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I wanted to say, wait, no, don't go live yet. I have to ask something that's completely pointless and will just waste time.
No, I want it. Now you have to, and I have to do it in front of millions of people.
This entire show is entirely pointless.
Oh, no. Worst nightmare.
What was it? Sorry.
Fox, when you explained to me how spells in this work, like not the way I thought, does that same thing apply to wizards and not just clerics?
Yes.
Okay.
With the spell slots and the
memorization being slightly different. So you only have to, if you want to cast a spell, you only have to prepare it once, and then you can spend as many spell slots as you want on it.
So I shouldn't prepare the same spell twice?
No, you should not, no.
Okay.
Yeah, just prepare all the spells you think will be useful, and then you get to, it's more like sorcerers in 3.5. Used to work, but not exactly, but more similar to that. You're not as tied down to what you memorize anymore.
Cool.
It works pretty well. What I noticed when I've been playing the wizard.
I like it better.
I played a wizard for the first time in Matt Click game from A Fistful of Dice, and it was probably one of the coolest games I've played in. It was so fun.
It looked like one of those. I watched part of that one.
It was one of those. It was one of those games where it was supposed to be a one-shot, and then then we've decided to continue in the future. I have no idea. I've never done that before.
It feels like a one-shot game. Let's play a one session of this particular game. Is just the gamer equivalent of saying, "Well, let me just put the tip in. We'll see how it feels."
Yeah. I'll just take one hit, guys. I'll just take one hit.
just one beer, and then I gotta go home.
I can quit anytime I want.
I've got to take the kids to soccer practice tomorrow.
All right. So we are actually going to start this game with Yasha.
Oh, okay.
And
also, my
already
here, if I now use a D4 for my unarmed strike.
Sorry again, but
yes,
I have a problem. I don't know as many spells as I can cast.
Oh, that's fine. Wait, what?
You could. That's okay because you can cast the same spell 2 times if you've prepared it and you have the spell slots.
Right. Okay. I don't have to max it yet.
Right. I mean, if you have 4 level 2 spell slots and you have 5 level 2 spells, theoretically, you can prepare 4 level 2 spells and cast the same one.
I have more slots for preparation than I know spells.
That's okay, right? Because okay.
Yeah.
Just prepare all the spells you know.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's fine. I have one of my players is playing a sorcerer, and they have that problem because sorcerers know so few spells, but they don't actually prepare them in the same way. So.
I can't believe you, Sean. I can't believe you named it Part 4 Reloaded.
looking at that now.
You did that.
We're getting to the point. Well, this is the 4th game, so we're now.
And you're gonna
be.
This
is the straight to VHS shitty sequel. So.
Yeah, in this game you're gonna go back in time to 2001.
This one is filmed on Shitty-O.
My proverbial hat is off to me.
Fox, check out the link I just sent. I think you'll get a crack out of that.
Let me put the tip in.
Let me put the tip in. That's what it should be called.
Oh my god.
Are you gonna send me the link? Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yes.
That'll be part 5 though.
It's from a musician who he does the guy in there is actually his friend, but they made one with him. The guy who is actually does the channel mostly is called Rob Potillo, and he's a crazy musician guy, and he does a lot of. He's like, I call him the modern, less known. How you say?
Okay.
As
Frank Zappa. He's like Frank Zappa a lot, but
ooh, I like Frank Zappa.
He's kind of like that, you know. I'll say Frank Zappa was definitely musically talented, but he is pretty funny.
1 hour later, still fucking around.
Oh, it's not an hour. It's only been about 8 minutes and 32 seconds.
Yes, let's play.
I had this discussion with Juice during his live.
This is what we're gonna do.
This is
Juice.
You can't
It's a
say.
great name.
Yeah, I like Juice. I like him as the person too. It's pretty cool.
I want to just say, hey, Juice. That's all I want to say. That's it.
I've been working on his theme song for the past 3 months. We're doing GM Juice, but in the tune of Gin and Juice.
Oh my gosh.
You make theme songs?
Yeah.
Seriously? I might ask you to make one. I don't know.
I'll
Maybe
do
we can
it.
Talk about it.
I swear I'll do it. Yeah, no, I
For-
make music, but I don't. I try not to.
You look like a smooth jazz musician. You remind me of my brother. That's what he does. My brother or his friend. You know.
I think it's the loose tie and
You're smooth.
the top
jazz.
button on.
My brother is a piano a piano player. Also plays jazz. Okay, well, let's get the show undergoing.
Okay, great. I'm ready.
Footprints in Enkidia or Enkidia.
No, I was just saying. No, I think it's definitely the slightly loose tie and the top button. That's doing the smooth jazz. Kind of expecting it to be like, all right, all you ladies and gentlemen out there tonight, we're gonna bring out the smooth tones. We've got a show at 5, another one at 7, and another one at 9. But don't bring your kids to that one because it gets a little blue.
Do you dream these up, or do you partition an hour a day to stand in front of the mirror and work on your voices?
No, it's just.
No, it just comes naturally.
I just absorb things. I'm just like, hey, look, can I remember how I've seen somebody do this?
Yasha.
I love you guys.
That's Solar's way of saying, shut the fuck up, let's play. Yes.
I love you guys. I love you guys. I love you guys. I don't believe Solar has the capability of feeling love.
I think that's an unfair assumption.
No, I was
Maybe.
just installed the latest chip for that.
You got an emotional attachment.
Groundbreaking technology.
Time to rewatch Bambi.
It's the
See how it
age of
affects-
cyberpunk, great.
Yeah.
Can I have the blade attachments like Wolverine? That's Cyberpunk 2020. I'll let some of the Rift folk. Anyway, let's continue.
You haven't gotten the new iHeart. Comes pre-programmed with 20,000 emotions.
I'll have mega damage armor, thank you very much. I don't need emotions, but I need mega damage armor.
iHeart.
I think it's a more cost-effective trick just to get the old version of the iHeart and then download the emotional ambiguity app from the store.
You have to link me that.
Oh, God.
Can I torrent it?
All right, I am going to
Yeah, but you have to jailbreak
share
your heart,
our link.
which might require kickstarting it.
Oh dear.
There we go.
Oh.
That's what we need. We'll make our own heart app, but to get funding, we'll have to kickstart it.
I didn't have a
it's
heart, so I
compatible with my
stole
leg.
one, and then it broke because I stole it.
Hey, it'll be
I don't know, I'm
compatible
going
with my
somewhere.
leg.
And all right, I'm sharing the link, and we'll get started in
Damn it.
5.3 seconds. All right, gentlemen. Specifically,
Hey, you said
Yasha.
0.3.
Son of! I love you, Fox. I love you. I do though. You said I had chiseled features. A few.
Oh,
Yasha, you're looking at the Lone Wolf Monastery. You're standing in the forest. The monastery itself is in the center of a forest clearing. Woodland, squirrels, tall grass, up to your knees. But it's not as tall as you thought it was because you're remembering that you're actually a little boy here. Your master, August. His voice is ringing in your mind. Get the fuck out of here, dog. That's not what he's saying.
Ouch. That might be something he can say.
Fetch us some dinner. And you're staring at the ground at this old arcane battlefield. You personally have never seen magic, but you've been told that this land was once a battlefield that was torn apart by a powerful duel between wizards. And the topsoil is completely dried out. No growth happens here. Your wolf comes trotting up to you. You've always called him, her? Your wolf?
Him.
You've always called him your wolf, despite the fact that it was more likely that he chose you. And almost instinctively, actually entirely instinctively, he begins running off to the north. He's chasing what looks to be a bright white rabbit. That's when you come in.
Alright.
Hold on, hold on, Mike Wind. Am I doing the Mike Wind?
I don't hear it anymore.
Yeah, it's fixed now.
did you say it's gone now?
Yeah, it sounds gone.
That was probably me, which is probably karma for me picking on Waz D20.
That was you son of a bitch.
I remember that.
I was like, who's that guy? He's a total dick. No problem.
I wonder
you see a
it's
wolf.
from Seven Realms Productions. I wonder who it is.
I don't know who those people are. A bunch of inside jokes. Nothing
I
about
bet it's the
Titanic.
guy who always wants to play Batman in every game.
All they talk about is rifts. Okay. You see your wolf chase this bright rabbit into the forest, away from the monastery, away from the three arches, the three wooden arches that are flanking the monastery, and you've always only been allowed to enter through the left one.
I probably would take after my wolf to try and secure dinner.
Absolutely.
Not sure if I would have a bow back then, maybe a training bow, as well as a few arrows. So I probably would have had them drawn and knocked into going full tilt after my wolf fight.
Absolutely. Give me a perception roll while you describe this.
See, I need to pull my character sheet. It's been a while.
Womp, 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 womp,
Oh,
womp,
yeah,
womp,
maybe natural
womp,
20.
womp. Natural
So
20.
that's a combined, yeah, natural 20 for a grand total of 23. Oh, wait, no, that would actually be perception with you. 25.
Wow. Okay. Excellent. All right. So you're sprinting through the trees, the thickets of trees. These vines and leaves and branches are brushing against your face as you move at the speed of the wind. You have always been quick on your feet. You have always been fast. You remember that even as you got taller, people told you that you were far taller, but you were still the same weight, and you were still just as dexterous as you were when you were a small child. This is your elven heritage inside of you, sprinting through the woods, and then you open into a clearing of willow trees, a grove of willow trees sitting within a ring of vegetation. This just a natural formation. Running through it, you see your wolf chasing this white creature through the forest, and you realize that you're not sure that this rabbit is touching the ground. You're actually under the impression that either this rabbit is floating, or it might not even be a rabbit at all, but it is moving at an extremely quick pace. Through the willows, you find large granite spires, almost like the four fingers of a hand and the thumb coming out of the ground. This was built by ancient monks of the monastery. You guys are assholes. I hate the chat box.
What no one can see is that in the chat, these guys are screwing around.
No, I love it. Yeah, it's not a rabbit, or the rabbit would have looked at his watch and said, "I'm late. The queen will be mad."
With that natural 20 roll, I would have seen it.
You kind of pass through these concrete fingers and sprinting through it. Go and roll an acrobatics check.
Oh,
You're back into the forest, through the thickets, through the wind and the willows.
Okay, let's see. 10 plus 4 plus 2, 16.
16, and then you realize that a cliff stops you in your tracks, and your wolf begins sliding towards the cliff, trying to stop, just as you caught up with him, but he might not make it.
I'm probably going to try and save my wolf.
Excellent. I need a dexterity saving throw.
Let's see, I have proficiency in that. Let's see, 16. Let's see, 16 plus 6, 22.
Excellent. By the scruff on the back of the wolf's neck, you clutch the wolf. A small yelp gets let out of the wolf's mouth, his muzzle, and you might set him on the ground. Across the cliff, there's a large, massive trunked tree, maybe 3 meters in radius. So we're looking at a 6 meter in diameter tree that has collapsed over purposefully to lead to the other side of this chasm. And there at the end, in a small alcove, not necessarily a cave, but just an alcove, you see a bright white creature.
I would probably look at it rather quizzically, almost like if I'm dreaming, seeing this creature, or maybe it's my imagination playing mine, but I might tell my wolf, I'm going to call him Ashra. Ashra, stay here. And
Okay.
Approach the white light slowly.
Excellent. You're approaching the white light slowly, and the white light is just glowing and glowing and glowing, and you begin to come back to reality, come back to the present, where everybody else is sitting around you, not making references to other movies, but instead you're staring at this white light beaming and pulsating as if you want it. You want to taste it. You want to feel it. It's warm. It's perfect. Make a Constitution saving throw.
Alright, Constitution. Oh, not bad. 16 plus 2, 18 total. I'm going to pull out my calculator so I can do this.
Excellent. You you snap out of it. You snap out of it, and like a moth that was drawn toward a lampshade. But you are able to metaphorically turn off that light and kind of stay away. But you realize you're back in the lighthouse on that third story. That beautiful light standing in front of you, and a couple of the other party members might be looking at it as well. I'll have everybody make Constitution saving throws, except for Cassius, who is at the lower story, I believe, with the door leading to the basement.
Okay, I rolled a 5.
I have a
At least I'm not
14.
rolling a 3, right? And a +2, so I have a 7.
I have a 16 altogether.
By the way, Barker, question.
Yes.
I didn't send any of my role-playing background stuff. Do you still have that? That should be still the same.
I have the role-playing background stuff. Did you send me that before? If the answer is yes, then I still have it, yes.
Well, the first time, I didn't send it now when I resend. I just send my, I was kind of tired and
That's fine.
lazy. So.
I'll just make it up for you. You used to be in a two-man band
Shit. No,
called
that's so much.
the White Stripes. You were...
I was gonna say, were you
Well,
at
then
Flight
I-
of the Conchords?
Then I had a cool Lego. I don't. Then I will have to. I don't even know what the hell Legos are, but I had a Lego. Well, my character doesn't know. Lego themed animated video. But anyway,
Nice.
if you still need it, I can give it to you. But
I mean, if you want to, I always appreciate that stuff, but it's
As much as
absolutely
we
not
make it-
necessary. You're rolling a Constitution saving throw, Solar.
Oh, I thought you said he wasn't around, wherever that.
Oh, my bad. Yes, I did say that. Helen, you
Yep.
are able to see Yasha kind of snap out of it. You are able to maybe avert your eyes from the light, but you definitely see Garthor, as well as this elven woman and her half-elven daughter, just staring into this beautiful light.
Okay, so just a beautiful light, and they're staring into it.
Yes, it's the beautiful light at the top of the lighthouse that was activated when Cassius placed the crystal cube into it's at the top of the altar on the second floor. And if you remember, you look out of the lighthouse, and
Yeah, no,
on
I
the shores.
remember exactly what was on those shores.
Okay.
So that's what I was like swirling around in my head there. I am going to, I think, very first. Let's approach the. As it was you said it was staring into the light was Cassius, the elven woman,
The elven woman and her daughter, as well as Garthor.
Garthor.
Yes.
Let me make sure. Hold on, I gotta go through and make sure I've got everybody's names again because it's been a minute.
No problem. It has. And we should actually, if you guys want to take some time for the viewers, since it's been a minute for them as well, we could just introduce our characters really quick.
That's fine.
Works for me. I'm Helen, the cleric of Palor.
It's like the intro to Power Rangers. Helen!
You know what? I really
I've
thought the
scored my
same
holy
thing.
symbol. Let's say it's turn-in time.
I put up my
Time
orb
to
and say
get
it's
physical.
fire time.
I'm Garthor. I like to hang out in the juice box and give karate lessons and laugh at Bulk and Skull and be a complete bully. But because I'm the good-looking guy, I'm always on the right.
Garthor, if you were a vegetable and I was a plate, what vegetable would you be and what would I be made of?
There we go.
That was so random.
I think I said it. Am I right, Fox? I think that's a dating game
Yes.
shows. Is that a very American thing?
I
No,
don't
no.
know.
No,
I don't know.
I know they existed in Europe too. They made their own
Okay.
versions. They existed in Germany. I'm just a
Right.
little bit tired right now, and I'm writing down my stats. So
Oh, really?
excuse
you
me
guys
for not.
when you guys were making jokes in the chat box, you didn't slow down one bit. Okay. You weren't tired at all when you were both
This is
sitting
the
there.
White Rabbit. Come on.
I know.
No,
I am late. I am late.
I want to share my favorite moment in American game show history. And it was way back in, I think it was in the 70s on the Newlywed Show. The host asked a young couple, where's the strangest place you've ever made whoopee? And after some embarrassed tittering and coaxing, it's okay from the husband, the wife leans forward and nervously says, "In the ass." And he was like, "Where in
I know
the
this
world?"
one. That was too. That wasn't really old. That was like from the 70s or something. So it was like a huge taboo.
Yeah.
I mean, even now it is, but back then, man.
The 70s over here, I think it was less bad in the 70s. We got kind of more conservative as time's
guess
gone on.
so.
But
Isn't it?
with
Okay, so
what
this is my.
information more and
Yes.
more in swing. But
So,
So-
What do you look like?
okay,
Barker, I posted all the stuff here, so this is basically, and I rolled this all, so. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Mitchell, what was your character again?
I am Yasha, the wood elven monk that has dreams of being a hero.
Awesome, I like that. Solar, what was yours again? You're Cassius, I think.
I'm Cassius, the dwarven mage. I'm crazy and I hallucinate fire and shit, and I like to burn things and destroy. But I don't want to destroy people. I just want to have fun with magic.
Nice. The people are the Barbie dolls of his world.
I
I will cut their hair.
And
I will
magic
be
is
mad
the
when it doesn't grow
microwave.
back. Magic is the microwave. I don't mean to make them melt. That's just what happens when they go in the microwave.
what was that?
What was that, Mitchell?
Last thing we need is for Cassius to learn exactly what a microwave is. I know he's going to try it.
Okay, so
What would happen if we put his magic focus in the microwave? Magic happens.
nice.
All right.
Magic.
I'm
Magic.
going to. I'm
And
going to go to.
I am Barker. I'm the
Shouldn't-
dungeon master.
Shouldn't I introduce my character, or?
I thought you liked
your
juice boxes.
Oh yeah, no, well, it's just Garthor the fighter, so
Oh.
whatever.
No bullshit. Introduce your character.
I'm a fighter.
My ideal is respect. Okay, I like respect.
I like to wait until the guys are coming, and then I hit them, and then as a total surprise to everybody else, I hit them again.
You never see it
I
coming.
swing weapon. I am Groot. I'm just kidding.
We are Groot.
Yep. That was
I,
that was so sad.
I cried.
what?
Don't even. Shh.
Don't spoil it.
What a Groot
We won't.
reference.
Sorry.
We won't spoil it, but I will tell you one thing: the Justin Bieber cameo was awful.
There was a Justin Bieber cameo.
Yeah, he actually.
Fuck
Yeah,
you.
it was the worst. And I hated.
Don't
What
worry,
the-
there's no Justin Bieber in there.
I actually bought that
There
for
is
half a
there
second.
is a two-headed Justin Bieber in there.
Yes, exactly. So technically,
And a three-headed Miley Cyrus. She's the last
Yeah.
boss.
fuck me.
Miley
Fuck the
Cyrus?
director who hired those sons of bitches. Don't be mad at me. I'm not the one who put Justin Bieber in the movie. Twice.
But I'm glad I was happy whenever I saw them die.
It's good for ticket sales. The kids love him.
The kids love him. They love him.
They can't get enough of his high-pitched girl voice.
That's why they put Marky Mark in the latest Transformers. Sheesh.
That Mark Wahlberg. He's a special. No, that guy is great. He's gonna in 20 years, people are gonna look back at his movies. I think similarly to the way we look back at old Circle of Iron and those kind of
Happening.
where they're just like, wow, this guy is so good bad at acting.
In 20 years, Max Payne games won't be playable, and the only Max Payne thing they'll have to remember is the Marky Mark one.
Yo, geez, no, don't even say that. Don't even say that. I hate that movie. That movie can go.
So Helen, what do you do when you see these people kind of entranced by this beautiful light?
Okay, I'm going to approach the daughter.
Okay, and she is
quickly. I'm going to put my hand on her shoulder and shake her slightly and just look to me.
And she looks to you. And she's scared for a second, but then immediately comforted.
I'm just kind of not looking sternly at her, but just kind of moving my two fingers tightly together to draw her attention directly towards my face. And I'm just tell me what was going on just now.
She looks to her mother. She doesn't say anything to you. And she shakes her mother.
And I just kind of shake her shoulder a little bit and just motion back to my face. I'm like, I need you to tell me what is going on just now.
You were fighting. There was fighting, and there was fire, and I'm thirsty. Mama. She shakes her mother, but her mother seems almost irritated, staring at this light. And Yasha, you see this occurring.
Can I try and block the sight of, break their line of sight with this object? And can I also reach Garthor?
You can pretty much reach anybody in the room, and you can attempt to step in between anyone in the light, though you do notice that while it's not a blinding light, it is so bright that its aura would extend beyond you if you're just standing in front of it. It's too big.
Then
I gotta ask something.
Pat Garthor on the face a little bit, kind of give him some small slaps, like, "Hey, buddy, wake up."
Garthor, you snap out of it.
What is happening?
You seem to have been in a trance. It looked rather similar to what happens when I sleep.
Okay, I see.
Is the woman tightly snapping out of it, or am I going to need to flex my key?
Are you trying to snap her out of it?
Well, I was hoping if it would break line of sight, she would be able to focus on something else. But if not, I'll probably flex my key.
And she actually, the minute you step in front of her, her eyes catch yours, and she just lets out a breath as if she's been holding in her breath. And that second, you begin to hear raindrops fall on the stone roof, the stone ceiling, and it's almost muffled by the roaring sea outside, but you can tell that the storm is coming back. Cassius or Solar, you had something to say or ask.
Yes, sorry, I really don't mean to interrupt, but it's sometimes I want to ask something that could be important to the moment, so, sorry when it happens. I'll
go ahead. No, don't worry about it. Go ahead.
Is Cassius, in one of these trances that these guys are in, or is he... Okay.
Cassius has just placed the object in the altar, and perhaps you may have, I don't know, would Cassius have gone back upstairs to where everyone else was, or gone back downstairs to where the kind of trap door was leading to a basement?
He tried to figure out what happened when he put the thing in.
Okay.
He tried to look around or do his magic sensing thing. I assume wizards have a magic sensing thing.
The detect magic in 4th edition, help me out, Fox. Is that a spell or is that just something
In
wizards
5th
have?
edition, it is now a first level spell, but it lasts for hours.
Okay.
So
great.
you can't really do that sort of thing if you don't cast the spell.
Well, that's to detect
I
like
would
a
like
magic.
to point out that Cassius had cast Detect Magic last session, like not even 10 minutes ago.
No, that was Helen.
Yeah.
No, when I handed the orb to Cassius that he placed in there, sorry, the cube, he cast Detect Magic on it.
Oh, what I told him, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, was that you could not discover whether or not there was actual magic inside the orb, but that there was, or the cube, excuse me, but that there was an altar it would fit in. That said, you can use the Detect Magic spell to, obviously, to detect magical auras, to detect. Let me really quick. But if you wanted to, you could roll Arcana to see if you have knowledge of something that is magical or arcane in nature.
Right, but here's the thing. I'm pretty sure I made that roll because I don't have Detect Magic. Maybe I did, and then I, replaced it with something that made more sense, I guess.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure I made a roll. In any case, what I was referring to here would be more of the sort that just to notice if I changed anything, not to detect magic, but notice what happened, like if something moved or where the effect is, stuff like that.
Absolutely. You feel like when you place the cube into this what looked like a circular altar, you actually feel like it lowered just a hair, and you do see a bright kind of reflective light coming from upstairs, from the 3rd story.
Right, and that's what made it important. So if the altar lowered, Cassius will try to remove the cube. It was a cube, right? He'll try to remove it and see if it raises up. If it does raise up, he'll just return it again.
It does, actually. I mean, it reverts to its former self. It doesn't raise or lower by a lot, maybe 1 millimeter at most, but just enough to feel some sort of shake, and you hear the slight reverberation of stone on stone action, which is Cassius's favorite pornography, being a dwarf. And everyone upstairs, the light goes out, and now you're left in the darkness of the night. Plus, there's some sort of shimmering light from the leftover flames on the ceiling down the stairwell.
If Cassius can see the light somewhere through the windows, he'll look through a window and keep placing and taking out the cube.
I thought you did take. Oh, okay. I thought you did take out the cube.
Yeah, he'll just keep putting it back and taking it out.
So it's like a strobe light.
I have no idea. You tell me.
Won't. It takes a little while to activate, but every time you place the cube into the altar and then remove it,
Cassius will just be doing that.
Turns on and off. Okay.
Well, is everybody now free from the spell?
Yes.
Okay. Just be like, I'm just gonna look around. It's like, well, I think that whatever is causing that needs to be found.
First off, Barker, I would like to look for a bucket to, 1, catch the fresh water raining, and 2, to look for like pens, paper, ink, stuff like that, so I can draw a map as we or parchment as we're exploring this island.
Awesome.
Fine.
Cool. Great. You actually find nothing of the sort except for the bucket. The bucket is on the 1st story of the lighthouse, and you can hang it outside. There's actually special stone hooks in place for fresh water, and that's very good that you do so because every single one of you is extremely thirsty, and you're also getting somewhat hungry. It is approaching evening time. You have spent probably 24 hours without fresh water or food.
I should have some of that cooked rabbit I had made.
I've got venison, but I'll use.
Deer jerky.
You have what
I'll just
jerky?
have one of the venison.
Oh, that reminds me,
Are you going
Barker,
to cook
when you killed those guys, the Durakus Empire guys, they had 2 things of rope. How
Yeah,
much-
I'll cook it.
Okay, so who's going to start the fire?
More importantly, where?
I'll start it.
I was gonna say I can start it easily if.
We have stone floors in front of us, probably bottom floor.
Hmm.
Well, you know what? I'll just go outside because there's no chimney here on the lighthouse.
Well, it's raining outside.
Oh,
On your way out, though, on your way down these stairs, to at the very least, find some sort of dry spot, or maybe even to pick up some vines that are burning. You see Cassius.
Also, Nichel, if Yasha mentions that you're looking for parchment and writing materials, I have quite a bit of those in my pack.
Oh, okay. I probably would mention at least some point if you guys see parchment and ink and a pen. I am rather adept at drawing maps.
There you go.
Cassius turns around. He leaves the cube where it was, and he turns around and grabs his backpack and dumps it. And you can see that basically half of the stuff is just parchments and inks and pens. And there's like more in there than you could use in a year.
by the way, I showed the papers that I found to our cleric and other character. Fox, what's your Helen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I show Helen the credential papers that I found with the packets for the Archie. Oh, I didn't wrote it right, but
yeah.
Archduke for the Varsavia Durakus thing. There's a camp somewhere here that they have some kind of papers.
On the credentials, when you look at them in very prestigious calligraphy, though worn, you notice the names Outpost Archie and Hierarch Reach. Basically, they seem to be somewhat passports out into the wilderness, credentials to let someone know that you are official Durakus business.
Out of character, by the way, did we manage to make the fire and cooking the thing, or do we have to roll for that?
No, you go ahead and make fire. I just needed to know
Right.
if you made a fire, because light is something people can see in the dark.
Yeah. We all die, of course. So, but I'll have my belly full. So.
Wait. Did you say light is something that people can see from afar?
In the dark,
Okay.
both.
I mean, we're at a lighthouse.
Yeah, he's currently
Very
at a
true.
lighthouse, and he's constantly turning on and off the lighthouse.
Yeah.
Very true. Yeah, I know. Good.
Regarding that, when he turns back to his playing with the light after dumping all the scrolls and stuff, he'll take out the cube and try to place his orb instead of it.
Okay. It sits. I mean, it sits there. It doesn't fit perfectly like a cube would because the slot is for a cube only, but it just sits there. Nothing. No immense reaction.
All right, he'll take the cube and put it in his backpack and gather everything that's not a scroll.
Excellent. Now, go ahead.
As everybody is probably like Garthor's setting up this, Helen is reading through the note, deciphering the note, and Cassius is busying himself with understanding the nature of the arcana in this particular cube.
I was going to say
I'm going to
playing
be
with the magical ship murder device.
yeah. That's what
Hold
I
on, I'm
think
gonna
out
write
of
that down.
character. That's probably why we hit the rocks too. I'm going to probably take a decent-sized either scroll or at least a couple things of parchment and start sketching out the detailed parts of the lower part of the island that we've been through. Thanks to my background, I don't have to really roll for any of this and all. So, yay!
You know that you're You determine based on kind of lunar bearings that you are on the southern point of this landmass. You're not entirely sure at the moment whether it's an island or otherwise. But you
sorry, I was
do.
using a little bit of character knowledge.
What's that?
I said, I apologize, I was using a bit of our character knowledge.
That's okay. You know that the travel time from kind of the southwestern corner, which might not necessarily be the farthest west the island or landmass goes, that point to this lighthouse, which is the southeastern corner, only took about half a day.
That's actually about 2-3 miles, if I remember my conversions right from the player's handbook.
The 24 miles in a day, I believe.
Oh, wow. I was way off.
Which I think I am. How's that? Does that sound right, Fox?
That sounds right for real life.
By the way, I have an extra bedroll that I took with the from the people that attacked us, and I give that to the mother.
I took one as well. I don't need it. I sleep on this a winter blanket. Well, sleep. I meditate.
Well, she might need it.
Oh yeah, I know.
You hand the bedroll to her.
Yeah, I know
as,
you
out
meditate. You're an elf. It's fine.
Out of generosity. And she takes it and says thank you in Elvish. If you do not know Elvish, then you assume that what she said was some sort of gratuity.
I can probably guess it out of her body language or
Absolutely.
out of her whatever. You know.
Well,
I
she
only
doesn't
speak
take her
common,
eyes,
so.
but she doesn't take her eyes off of Helen.
Okay. Well, I continue to roast and then eat the venison.
All right, great.
And
Anybody-
do I have well, the wine that we had turned out to be a potion. I don't even know what kind of potion it was anymore.
You know that when you cast Detect Magic, the bottle lit up. It says Endergreen Reserve on it. The cork has obviously been tampered with, but you do still have it.
I go to Helen and I give her the wine potion thing. I said, since this is some kind of magic potion, I'll give it to you. You make heads or tails with it.
I'll do what I can.
Yeah.
What I still have Detect Magic up, right?
How long does it last?
I
think you did detect it once, way back, in episode 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's how we knew it was magical. It was either Cassius or Harold.
I just don't know how long it would.
My mistake.
ahead.
Up to 10 minutes.
Okay, no, it would be gone by now.
Okay. My question is, if we did look at it with Detect Magic, so you said it lit up, what school of magic is strongest with it?
I think it was divination. Right?
I'm pretty sure he actually told me that I got a pretty good roll.
Well, hold on. The
Arcana, right?
Let me see one more time, just to make sure. Divination, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, that's it's unlikely I'll be able to identify this. I'm not well schooled, at least in the ways of magic.
Right.
You see Cassius playing around with lightning and trying to
Then
touch.
I go to Cassius and I give him the potion, and I tell
Yeah,
him,
we're all
well,
just kind of pointing at
this is
Cassius.
Well, no, what do you say,
Yeah,
Carl?
Hang on a second. You see Cassius playing around with sparks and trying to touch like various wood and metal and stone, and this is a new thing to him. You see him just playing around, trying to figure it out and what it works with and how. And when you're talking about the bottle, he just murmurs under his breath, "Can't be bad."
Well, I put it there safe from a safe distance from him. And I said, "You take it. I don't need it. I don't know what it does." Yeah, you take it. Here, it's yours. My present. I thought it was just a plain old bottle of wine, but apparently it isn't, so. Apparently it has some form of divination spell on it, whatever that means.
Cassius sort of looking towards you, and he's kind of nodding his head, and you know, he seems more receptible to you than before. And she says, "Thanks."
Yeah, enjoy. I go back and I continue to roast the venison.
Has anybody figured out that he was messing with the altar and addressed him about that?
Until Garthor saw
I
him.
knew
I've
Cassius
been making the
and
fire,
Rivers
so
had
I wasn't paying attention to him really.
Okay.
Well, he stopped now anyway.
Okay.
So,
You know, he's still
And he
around
was
the
real
altar, actually.
Well, I just meant if you were still activating the lighthouse.
Nope. But he is putting a piece of venison on the altar and trying to scorch it with lightning.
this I'll probably watch in amusement.
The meat, the venison, gets wrapped in this energy, this electric energy, but it doesn't really cook it. In your studies of magic, you've realized that the electricity and the fire that is generated from the arcane arts do not necessarily affect the physical world in the same way as actual fire or actual electricity. One example is electricity and water. If it's magic lightning, it doesn't necessarily have the same effect as the obvious electrocution that would take place with real like throwing a toaster in.
So a real
Magical
fire,
toasters.
as opposed to a magical fire, wouldn't. I mean, a magical fire as opposed to normal fire wouldn't burn venison either. Wouldn't, I mean, cook it.
No, not necessarily. Not that you know, but then again, you have not tried it. You're just assuming so because the lightning is not affecting the venison in any electric way. It's just kind of hovering on the surface of it.
He'll be kind of sad then and just sit there for a while. Yeah, and sorry, I wanted to actually just, you know, be in the background for a while anyway, and then I had to come in because I thought of the...
No, good point. That's fine. That's fine, totally.
I sharpen my two-handed sword and my other sword with the whetstone.
Absolutely. The other sword that you picked up with the serrated small lower edge?
Yeah, and I don't think there's another sword that I had because that's the one I got from the pirate, right?
The one you picked up, I think you grabbed one from the hobgoblin while fighting up the stairs, or maybe after the combat that had a serrated lower edge, almost like a combat knife.
Okay, then I have still a cutlass, right?
Yes.
Okay, then, yeah. Great job.
After I get done drawing this map and stuff, I'm probably going to put it within my pack. Actually, I'll probably show it to Helen and Garthor to kind of explain where we are and what's been happening. Then I'm probably going to go outside and keep watch.
Excellent.
Sounds about great, Elf.
All right.
Like, did anybody who was when you were going downstairs, did anybody find any clues as to what may have been causing this lighthouse to reactivate?
Is that something you tell Cassius, or is that something
I'm
you keep to
asking
yourself?
anybody who is nearby me while he's showing me the map.
Cassius doesn't seem to be paying attention.
I would probably inform that I have probably looked over most of the tower and have not found anything.
I don't really understand these things, and I've been focusing on, just resting right now.
Oh,
Actually,
we have
no,
that
someone-
guy with us.
Hmm?
We have that guy with us. We saved him, remember? That dwarven
Oh,
guy.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
his name's Dolgren.
Dolgren.
The Olgren, yeah.
Yes, he has passed himself out. He's asleep at the top level.
I just imagine him just choking himself until he falls asleep.
Also, one of you would know, whoever found the cube would know that Cassius had the cube, and that's when the thing activated.
That would have been Mitchell's character, I believe. Actually, Mitchell gave it, if I'm not mistaken, Yasha gave it to Cassius, and then Cassius put it in the slot.
I did.
Was that was this the altar downstairs where I could not see it?
Yes, it was in
Okay,
the it was
I
in the
just didn't
center
wanna-
table.
Right on. I just wanted to not act on anything that I didn't directly.
Well, and Yasha could have safely assumed that that was probably it because the cube is now missing, and maybe putting 2 and 2 together is not that difficult. And Yasha might
Yeah.
even share that information with you.
I'll put something together myself. I'm gonna look at the map, and do I recognize? From the map he's drawn, do I have any idea where we might be?
Go ahead and
Well, I do believe that we're
roll.
at the southeast tip.
Okay, yeah, but he's.
Oh,
I think you're talking about. I think you're talking about in the world, correct? Fox? Okay, go ahead and give me a any sort of intelligence roll that you would give me.
I will get. I believe
Okay,
that
yeah,
the best I can do here is a straight ability test, on which I have a spectacular 15, considering I have no bonuses.
Ah, excellent.
Can I try?
you-
Can I try too?
Yes, and now before you all try, you can pick Arcana, you can pick History, or you can pick Religion.
I have none of that, so I just.
But you can. Okay. Straight History.
I have
or
a
straight
+0. I'm 11. I have an intelligence of 11, so. And 5, yeah. I got no clue. I play with my 3 dragon ante set afterwards because I'm bored.
Ooh.
Let's see. That's intelligence. I got 14.
Okay.
I
All
think
right.
History.
Fox, you know that you are somewhere in what's called the Grace Winds. It's an archipelago to the west of the Isle of Dyrachus and south of kind of the center of the world, so to speak. But it's an area just littered with islands and storms and very very tribal.
Okay. And it's like, well, if I'm correct, the good news is I don't believe we're trapped here. Which should be difficult, maybe even dangerous, but we can probably get back to Dyrachus.
Yes, and anybody who is from Dyrachus would know that Dyrachus has been trying to colonize some islands in this area for quite some time. So it's no surprise to see an outpost Archie here.
Did you say that out loud, that we could return to the Ruckus?
Yes.
Cassius will snap back from being sad and sulking, and he'll say, "What did you say?"
Said we from here it may be dangerous or difficult, but we are not trapped. We should be able to get back to Dyrachus.
We're safer here than there.
That is good news.
The elvish woman approaches you, Garthor, and speaks to you in some elvish words. She seems hurried.
Do
I don't
hear her since
understand.
I'm still with Helen, apparently?
If you are with Garthor, then you would
I-
hear.
I take her to Yasha. I lead her to Yasha, and I go to Yasha and says, "Please translate. I only speak common."
Helen, are you there?
Am
I
I?
went to Yasha.
Sure.
Well,
Yes,
if you
absolutely.
finished with the map, I probably would have been making my way to the door.
That's true. Well, she kind of nods toward Helen and asks, is she a priestess?
This is
Sorry.
in Elven.
Yes, this is an elf.
Well, if that's within my hearing range, I'll look over and say yes.
That-
I am.
That's why I asked if you were there. If you hear it, she notes. Then she comes up to you and runs up to you and falls to her knees and says, "Then can you forgive me of my sins?"
It's like,
Just
Of
wash
course
them
I
clean. What about those of my family?
it's like that depends on your family.
And she just starts weeping at your feet.
It's like, I just kind of like take her by the shoulders and try to get her to stand up.
She stands up and she asks if before you fall asleep this evening if she can ask you some questions about Pelor, if she heard it correctly.
It's one of the few things I know a good bit about.
You pull out a brochure.
Yeah.
Have you heard a good message of Pelor?
I'll give her a few. I'll give her the latest copy of the Sun Tower.
Oh, jeez.
The Golden Throne.
Okay, so if there's anything else anybody would like to do before camping out, anything else you'd like to, I don't know, anywhere else you'd like to go, we can do.
I ask anybody for a game of 3 Dragon Ante.
Like, give me just a moment.
We'll argue about going back to the Durakis Empire.
I was going to address you about that, actually. And it's like, you were a prisoner there, weren't you?
He doesn't seem to be saying anything. He's just sitting on the altar and looking at you, and he seems to be getting angry about a minute.
It's like that hadn't. It's like your troubles with the Empire hadn't occurred to me. Then it presents the opportunity to go anywhere else. As
I was a prisoner there too, but I'd rather get to civilization. I can go to my own country. I don't know.
It's a gateway to the rest.
What would be out of character? What would be a neighboring country that I could be from?
And you are a human?
I'm a human.
Perias.
Perias. There we go. Perias.
It's actually the United Isles of Perias, but that's more of a fancy schmancy just for show name, as it is absolutely under it's a monarchy.
The United Isles of America.
Perias. And then there's a guitar solo in the middle of the anthem. Perias.
I'm a UIP citizen, sir.
I heard y'all need some freedom.
Okay, so we need some freedom. Let's go to Titan. There's some oil that needs some freedom too. Anyway, I'm saying that well, from there on, I think I can able to maybe pay for a ship that can discreetly get me back to the Isles of Perias, where I'm from. From one of the islands that is known for its a mining town, basically. I won't bore you with the details. But yeah.
You see Cassius moving back to his backpack and taking out the bottle you gave him, and he says, "I'll drink to that." Considering it's not, it's not Durakis, he'll go anywhere else, basically. He says, "I'll drink to that," and he opens the bottle and takes a sip, and then he offers it to you.
Okay, so hold on. You open the potion?
Yep.
Okay. First of all, it is absolutely disgusting. It is disgusting.
As
it
he
is
drinks
the most
it, I was like, is that safe? not before, as he's drinking it. It's like, wait, is that safe?
It is the most lukewarm, just stagnant, mildewy taste that you can think, and you drink it, and it doesn't taste like any wine or beverage you've ever had. But it how much
like
do you drink?
Yeah,
are you describing Pabst Blue Ribbon, or?
Shut up, man. PBR rocks. How much do you drink, Solar?
I take a sip, like how much you'd normally take when you're drinking anything, like passively, like coffee or something.
Excellent. You feel something kind of furry touch your lips as you take a swig, and it kind of makes you sick, but you realize there's something inside this bottle.
What is it, mezcal?
Hold on,
I wanna examine that bottle. I wanna look inside and like be completely surprised and wide-eyed, and I wanna see what the hell touched my lips.
Okay, all right. In order to see it, since it's such a thin-necked bottle, you might need to break the bottle. And it's very dark, glassed.
I wanna shake it first.
Okay. You do so.
If whatever's in there is alive, we want it good and pissed off before we let it out.
Yeah.
What kind of GM would be like, oh, you're opening a bottle of wine, random encounter table?
I don't know
It's
what kind of
D&D.
GM would
Anything is
fight a green
possible.
dragon
Yes,
level one.
We're talking about
Just
we're
core
talking about a
monsters.
game where you could reach into a bag and it tries to swallow you.
A swarm of rats comes out of your wine.
We're talking about animated objects that can attack you, okay? D&D is there's every monster in the monster manual. Some DM just like thinking, how can I fuck with the players today?
You know, actually, a swarm of rats sounds interesting.
Okay.
I did that to my
It does.
players once.
So-
They opened a bottle of wine. They took a sip. There was nothing in there. They broke it with a hedgehog.
So how does it sound when I shake it?
It sounds swishy. It sounds like there's nothing incredibly solid in there. But you feel the weight distribute slightly in different ways, as if there's something or some things inside of the bottle.
Okay, I want to hold it still for a moment then, just to
Okay.
hear if it's moving on its own inside.
It is not.
Well, it tastes like crap, so I don't have a problem breaking it. I'll throw it, let's see. I won't do it on the floor we're at, I'll throw it down the stairs.
Excellent. It smashes at its first step. And when you investigate the items within, you see a small scroll of parchment, about just a few inches, 3 to 4 inches wide, with some what would be, I would say, draconic tongue
Oh, that's perfect.
inscribed on it, and it is wrapped around some sort of fur.
Huh.
I put my head through the door and going, Cassius, what'd you do?
Well, the bottle.
You said that like some kind of sitcom. Cassius, what did you do? I don't know. It was me.
Was that like Seinfeld? Yeah, you hear some bass.
Did I do that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Cassie's going, bottle, and he's going to pick up the parchment scroll, whatever.
Oh, that's interesting. Can you read it?
I try to open it up and see what the hell it is, and if it's written in some kind of draconic tongue, then yeah, I can't read it.
Well, that you can read it. Then it's a spell that you've studied, commonly known among wizards, among lore as the Arcane Eye.
What does it do?
Basically, it allows for the creation. Does anyone else want to explain it? If you know it in
Cassius
character.
Cassius will be reading it, and he'll say in common, "Arcane Eye."
That would be outside my expertise.
You read, basically, after reading the notes, you realize that after about up to an hour, one would be able to create an invisible magical eye that hovers in the air for the duration of time and can watch things.
Okay.
So it's like at a specific place, and then it just stays there.
You can move the eye, if we're talking mechanics, up to 30 feet in any direction as an action.
No, I'm not talking I mean, yeah, of course mechanics matter, but
It can move around. It can move around. But usually, I mean, it would need a spellcaster to be focusing on it for up to an hour.
Interesting. Cass will he'll go back and sit on his on the altar and keep reading it for himself. Unless anyone
great.
wants to bother investigating what the hell he was just doing and stuff.
If anyone actually would like to make a knowledge of Arcana check, you would probably have to be proficient in it. You would to try to see what that fur belongs to, or a nature check to try to see what that fur belongs to, you could.
I can do a nature check. Well, I can.
Well, feel free.
And I'll find the spell in the rulebook.
I don't have nature skill.
I do. Intelligence. Okay, so that's 3 plus 6, 9.
It's hairy fur.
So wait,
Black.
So the
It
fur
is black.
itself is hairy.
Can I try it just without? I have animal handling. I don't know if that counts.
You can try to make an intelligence check, absolutely. And in fact, I would like you to have advantage on this, Sean.
Okay. How much?
It's skeleton fur.
No, advantage. you roll 2d20s and you take the higher result.
Okay, I rolled an 8, and I rolled a 19. Yay!
Excellent. You are back walking into your mine in your hometown of Ruth. And you are walking, clutching your pickaxe, laughing with a family member. Which family member are you laughing with?
I am laughing with Gorth, my good cousin, who we're almost the same age.
He's laughing at this joke that you just cracked, probably a penis joke, knowing you. And he just shoves you on the shoulder, and you begin heading into the mine, and you hear some squeaking from inside, and you hear people say, no, get down, and everyone gets down, and a massive swarm of bats comes flying out of this mine, and he's still laughing, and you might be chuckling. Just another day at the office.
Yeah.
You'd know this for anywhere.
Oh, yes. So it's bat fur. And I say it out loud as I'm thinking, remembering that, because, as you know, if you're mine, you do encounter bats quite often, and they're mostly the harmless kind. So.
Is it? He'll feel out the fur.
This is bat fur. So.
And the scroll, you would know, Cassius explains
we used to hunt them as kids with slingshots. Well, these are not the, vicious one you hear about in stories.
He used to shoot at him from the back of a speeder.
No,
what was it you were going to say, Barker?
No, I was going to say that you would know that.
What is the speeder you speak of?
You would know, Cassius, that the bat fur is actually a component in this spell.
Mm-hmm. Is it like attached to the scroll?
It was wrapped up inside of it.
Okay.
And placed inside the liquid.
I give it to Cassius and tell him this is definitely bat fur. I have no doubt about it. I'm not the biggest scientific-minded person, but I do know them. So.
Well, that's good because it says here. That's good because it says right here that I need that. So thanks, and he takes it from you because he only picked up the scroll, not the fur.
Right. Well, I give it to him, but yeah.
Oh yeah, you drink bat water.
Bat water.
God.
By the way, did you take a sip before he broke the bottle?
I did not.
I also find shark repellent in there. Just saying.
Because when he offered it to you guys, he was kind of like he made this grimace and he said something like, "Oh God, that's not good at all."
I did not.
That's why I haven't drank this. I didn't
All right.
trust
I try
it.
not to partake of alcohol.
Yeah. That is your choice.
So moving on.
I will definitely not partake of that alcohol or whatever what that is.
Cassius, make me a Constitution saving throw.
Right. Let me just check.
Well, I could use a drink by now. So.
Well, I mean, there's still a room you haven't explored.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'll wait for the others.
Wait. Just to make clear, I'm making a Constitution saving throw after one sip. So only if
I
it's
am-
magical.
I just want to let you know.
Okay.
Constitution saving throw.
Okay. That's 7 altogether.
All right. Your shoulder begins itching a lot.
Interesting.
Right where and almost inside the wound where the zombie attacked you.
He'll scratch it for a while and like after I don't know he's reading the scroll, he's not even noticing, and after I don't know half an hour or so, when he figures out that this is not going away, he'll look around and he'll try to figure out if there's anything better that he can use to scratch his shoulder besides his hands, because magic can't really help with that very well.
At this point, though, everybody does need to make a wisdom saving throw, or a will save, I believe is how it is.
It's wisdom saving throw now.
Yeah, cool.
Wisdom. I have a plus
including
1,
cast?
and I get a 10. All in all.
Including cast?
Are we playing Battleship? Because I just blew this save out of the water. That's a 22.
Oh, I was right behind Fox.
This is incredible. I rolled the same number.
I think Fox rolled an 18 for a pun.
Who's playing 3 Dragon Ante with Garthor?
Well,
I'm outside of
Or are you playing with yourself?
No,
Well-
I've been trying to get people to play. So, and then the whole bottle incident happened with the bat fur, and I'm still shopping around. But
I will go. I will go ahead and play.
there we go.
Well, you hear that exact sound that Fox Winter just made come from Garthor's mouth. He's yawning, and same with Cassius. It has been a very long day, and people are tired and thirsty.
Well, good thing I had that bucket out there to catch water.
Is my water skin empty now? By the way.
Probably was.
How much can a water skin hold?
Well, we don't have to be super
I
scientific.
think it was
Just tell
like
me if
4
it's
ounces
Oh,
of water.
fine. Okay, fine. All right, no problem. Then I would say it's empty, but you can fill it from the bucket.
okay.
I like to, especially in this region of the world, maintain kind of a survival tone, because this is not a place where people can just go and have a picnic. At the same time, I don't like keeping track of every single water skin, etc. But you need to be able to define fresh versus water.
Well, you could. I think one of the easiest ways to do it is that you could say the water skin could last us, if we are conservative, for a day, and then we would have to refill it every day, basically.
I like that. That's probably what I would do.
That's
either way. So
I would say the
awesome.
minimum of bookkeeping with still some semblance of realism. So
For sure.
just for a
Also,
fantasy setting.
For sure. Also, this being the 4th session, character death, if it weren't on the table before, which it was, it is entirely on the table now.
We're
Okay.
out of the safe zone, people.
Yeah, I know.
We have
exited the
entered
voting
the
area.
Twilight Zone.
It's funny. I actually had to give a similar speech to my home party. Yes, Saturday when the Blue Dragon attacked.
Oh, nice.
Which
Oh yeah,
Jesse
I nearly
was.
died.
Yeah, Jesse was very sad to learn that your critical hit did more damage than his sneak attack with a ballista.
Nice.
That was a crazy moment. I actually got a complaint there on the video. Somebody said that Mitchell's character should have died or something, and that the
Well, he
dragon
said
shouldn't have
the
attacked us or
boss was me,
something.
and he was both for us and against us at the same time. He said the dragon shouldn't have been able to make the shout because at the time he should have just flown away. But he said also at the same time, no matter what I would have saved at, I would have died.
Why should he have just flown away? Because that's what the adventure says?
You see,
Yeah, that was
that's
basically the thing. And he was
I
really
ba-
feet from me.
I basically told written back to the person. I don't know who that was, but some internet person, and I said that the DM should be allowed to mold the adventure as much as they want,
Oh,
to the
yeah,
point where it's
absolutely.
unrecognizable.
Absolutely, and it says that in the player's handbook. The DM is in control.
There's some people that think that you have to do it in this way and this way only. Bah. But
I'm not too worried
I
about it.
love it.
like
Cinematic and
I had so
awesome.
many
I love
people that opened the book and were just like slightly inspired by it, and then they just ran with it. They just had like the setting, or just even the basic shape of the dungeon, or the setting, or the town, and then okay, let's do whatever.
Well, this is my the way I would answer that is, but it was fun.
Yeah, but we had a good time.
I,
so,
I agree with
It
that.
definitely turned out more fun than if he died.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that would have been a very
I like
freaking-
death.
it would have been a kick-ass death, but
And I had my whole death plan, what I would have seen and everything. So if it did happen, I would have had a badass ending.
I think the DM
Well,
has
it's-
also the
it's
right,
yet.
and I've done this multiple times, to nerf the game to like save a player. Where but I don't do this all the time anymore. I do it actually very rarely now. But if it's a new player, then I won't. I try not to kill them off in the first game.
I was
Honestly, dying to a dragon at level 1 is kind of not very fun.
yeah, yeah,
Not a very fun death.
right.
Ouch, Parker.
That's why I usually give it. That's why I usually give it about 3 games. What was that? Shut up.
I agree. Three games, and also technically, I mean, resurrection is an option in D&D unless you're minus 10.
I would like to point out, though. I would like to point out that my our one shot that we did that first time, involved tons of improvisation that ended in just a massive monster manual opening and chucking creatures at you. That I believe you'll be impressed with how I've tied all these things together in an exceptionally cohesive plot that you
Yeah, that
can
was
feel free to
interesting.
discover anytime. Oh no,
Isn't
I'm just saying, there's a lot out there to learn about weird ass shit that I randomly threw at you.
Yeah.
But
That's- I've done the same, so I think every DM has done that.
Oh yeah, man, that's fun. So, would you like to, as the great ancient philosopher Solar Relio said, drag out resting?
No, I'm back.
he was going to the
Okay.
restroom. So. What I was going to say is I wanted to like while we're playing with the card game, and it's like, Cassius, can I ask you a question? So
Cass will nod.
just like there is. I believe you were downstairs, but the lighthouse was activating earlier, and I haven't been able to figure out any reason why. Like, I was wondering if maybe you saw something that we couldn't with our untrained eyes when you were traveling, or when you were looking around the tower. Some clue as to what may have caused that. I think it's very important that we figure it out.
Mm-hmm. Cass will keep nodding and he'll say, after like a couple of seconds, after nodding for way too long, more than is socially acceptable, he'll stop and he'll say, someone gave me a cube. Turns the lights on. Not very useful. I can use it better.
It's like, oh. Because when the light came on, several of us here fell into a trance looking at it. It seemed to rob
Yeah,
people
me
of their
too.
minds.
When you say that, Cass sort of focuses more. He frowns and he looks at you, puzzled. Trance?
And it's like, I don't think this is a lighthouse. And I'll just kind of hold my hand out and chant out a light spell to just kind of send like a little dot of light over the ship carcasses that dot the beach and the rocks.
You see a purple a purple banner hanging from one of the masts. It's been torn to shreds by a long period of time being ripped up against the reef and against the rocks, and just dozens of shipwrecks.
While you're doing that, he'll sort of question you on the light. So how did you break that trance?
It's like some we could just shake, some we had to block them from seeing it. Like, I think that this is a device to draw ships to the rocks to murder them.
So what you're saying is that either this is, but what would be the purpose of murdering them? Just pure evil, or robbing of their goods? Or
You hear
something
lightning.
else?
You hear the thunder boom from lightning strike outside. The rain is now pouring in sheets.
Like my
As that happens, Cass raises his hand and shoots out a lightning at the ceiling.
So, go ahead, Fox.
Jeez.
He seems really happy all of a sudden.
danger. High voltage.
Danger, Will Robinson.
I'm gonna have that stuck in my head all night. Danger.
Barker, how's the little half-elven child doing?
She's fast asleep in the bedroll that was provided to her elven mother, who's kind of sitting next to her looking at her. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Fox. Garthor had asked you a question, I believe, or Cassius did, I can't remember, and you were answering.
Yeah, about the trance, I think he's answering.
I'm just
Garthor had asked why would they...
Yeah, I got it back in my brain now. Whether it was evil or simply to rob them, or simply for evil. My response would just be, surely it's both.
Surely, yeah. But maybe the exact reason would give us a clue maybe about this, these goings on. You know, maybe these weird clans, the Moonshadow clan or the Ripper clan, has something to do with these happenings.
A bit more sophisticated than hobgoblins can.
Okay, or maybe this Archie base of some sort.
Like, that wouldn't make any sense. They're trying to colonize these islands.
There was also the undead and the weird outfits. And these people in the weird outfits.
For all we know, this tower has been standing here for us since before the Empire rose.
Cass will point back towards the thing where the box is put, like the box-shaped hole, and he'll say maybe we should break the thing.
It's like, I am fully in favor of destroying this device.
Yeah, sure, good with me.
Maybe not yet, though. Maybe in the morning. It could be boom, and he spreads his hands.
We should take a rest now. Just out of character. This was a good moment because I'm actually tired. We should take a rest, and then tomorrow we can decide what to do. But I think destroying the device is a good idea.
Oh, yeah, Neko.
Barker, before we go to sleep, I would like to ask a question about the trees on beyond the main part of the island. Are they tall enough for me to climb and get into the canopy?
The island, or the land that you are now on?
I know the lighthouse is sitting on its own part, slightly cut off from the land, but I mean the trees beyond that.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's actually a few miles between you and the nearest tree line. Not a few miles, maybe 1 mile. But yes, they would absolutely be tall enough. Redwoods would be a good real-world representation. I mean, are you going to travel out there to kind of scout out a mile away?
Actually, I was going to kind of enter my trance within those trees to keep an eye on the lighthouse to basically get an early warning. But if they're a mile away, I wouldn't be able to find a way to get back to these guys. So I
All right.
probably would go up to the second story and find a spot to put out my blanket to sit cross-legged on and enter my trance whenever I do, gazing at the out towards the mainland to at least give me a better chance of seeing if anybody's approaching.
Okay, no problem. There is an echo. Does somebody have their speakers on or their microphone too close to their headphones?
What's going on?
Wait, I'm gonna
there seems
turn
to
off
be an
my
echo.
mic. Let's see if that's me.
Actually, right now I don't hear an echo anymore, but I do hear
How
a
about now?
TV in the background. But that's okay. I don't find it distracting.
The TV in the
is it
background
me?
Probably me.
Now I have
what are you
my
watching?
thing. Was the echo me?
Nothing, but
I don't think so.
I don't live alone, so there's
I can actually hear crickets.
Me too.
I'm trying to figure out if that's here or if it is through my headphones. We have had the most awful infestation of crickets that
That's
I've
gotta
ever
be-
seen.
Or
It
if
might
Bartlett's
be,
playing
like-
the sound of crickets for comedic value.
Maybe. All your
Normally-
shitty puns, Fox.
No, it's not a pun this time around.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. And they're not
Like
shitty.
we
Very good.
normally we have I find a cricket in the house over the summer, and this
Oh,
year
that's so annoying.
just nonstop. They're everywhere, and
That's
I'm like,
awful.
how are they getting in?
we have grasshoppers, and I am terrified of grasshoppers. I freaking hate grasshoppers because
But
when I was a
crickets
little
are
kid,
loud.
I know, but I got my hand like seriously fucked up by a grasshopper when I was a little kid. And
Really?
don't ask me how. Yeah, but anyway, forever afraid. So the night passes without much event. The storm kind of
Well,
rages on. The occasional. I don't know if I cut out. Sorry, are you guys there?
You cut
You
out for a
paused
second.
Sorry
I
about
thought
that.
you cut
Paused,
out.
yeah.
Like,
No, I'm good.
disconnected.
I
The storm
actually-
rate. Oh, go ahead, Fox.
Wanted to interject. Was somebody else interjecting also?
No, I wanted to mention something. Yeah.
What's that?
That the night would pass with not very calmly, with dreams of storms.
Awesome.
I was going
roll
to.
for wet the bed.
You let your bed roll a little too close to one of the windows.
Oh no, but they're good storm. They're destroying everything but me.
Nice. Go ahead, Fox.
I was before actually going to bed. I was going to speak to, and I need to find out her name. The elf lady.
Okay, so you are asking. So you move over towards her and you ask her for her name.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk up. Yeah, just basically walk over there and just be like, first, what is your name?
Selas. This is my daughter, Caliph. All in Elvish.
Right.
Selas
I
and
found my Kindle.
Selas and Caliph. You pull out your Kindle and start reading the Divergent series. Oh, shitty pop books.
Hey, it's fine. It's entertainment. Can be fun too. Nothing
That's
wrong
true.
with that.
I
Good
was gonna
point.
say,
Good point.
we
Thank
can't
you
just-
for gaining our likes back.
Yep. Hey, there's nothing wrong with reading Battle Royale, watered down thrice.
See? Oh yeah. Have you ever read Battlefield Earth?
Ah,
Shut up. Great book, amazing book. The movie itself.
what?
Shut up. The movie itself is awesome, not good.
Yeah, no, it's Terabad.
Yeah, Terabad. Nice.
It's the invasion of the disco people, the disco
Disco.
Rasta people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
it's,
disco Rasta
it's basically actually it's the original title was Saturday Night Live 3.
Saturday Night Fever.
Yeah, Saturday Night Fever 3.
Nice.
The ultimate dance-off.
It's like, so what is alien life like? Completely removed from Earth culture? Like, I don't know, but there's gonna be Dutch angles everywhere.
I just like Barry Pepper. Okay, let's continue. You ask her for her name, and she says that.
It's like, well, why would you like to take a walk with me?
Sure. Do you want me to wake her up? And she looks to her daughter.
Like, no.
Okay, and she
Let her
goes
sleep.
to take. She goes to take a walk with you.
As is gonna walk down the stairs to the next landing, and it's like, why don't you tell me what it is that's upsetting you?
She seems very hesitant to tell you exactly what it is, but she just needs to know that everything is okay, and that no matter what horrible things her family might have done, that it'll be okay.
Like, did you do any of them?
No.
Did you know?
No. And she begins to weep. He meant well. He wanted to do well for his family.
It's like, the reason we're here is so that you can tell me what's gone wrong.
She's the minute you say that, she begins to weep harder and harder, to the point where, I mean, some drool is coming out of her lips, and she just hugs you and says, "Madam, I need to know that everything will be okay. Just tell me everything will be okay."
Like, eventually, everything will always be okay.
What does Pelor do to those who do wrong?
As to my knowledge, he doesn't welcome the men.
And at that, she almost crumbles to the floor.
I'll catch her.
You do so. And she seems to be unconscious, like what you have said has passed out. Has made her pass out, excuse me.
And I will catch you if you fall.
Thank you.
I know, ruining a moment.
No, it's gentlemen, getting a little too serious here.
I thought more
reference. No,
Pop culture.
I like it. I like it. I really do like it. It wouldn't be the same. It wouldn't be the same group. That's what I told people when we posted the Facebook link. Hey guys, we play D&D and we bullshit. Okay, so just know that before you tune in, we're gonna bullshit.
I really tried not to say it, but it was just like,
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
okay,
And that's
all
okay.
right.
And that's okay. So, do you carry her back upstairs, or do you?
I'm actually going to try to wake her.
Okay. She seems overcome by exhaustion, but if you'd like to roll a strength check or a dex check to try to shake her into existence, you may.
If she won't wake up immediately, she won't wake up like to a gentle coaxing. I'll just carry her upstairs.
Excellent.
I was like, fireman carry her up.
Nice.
By the way, sorry for ruining the moment.
Did you ruin? Did you ruin? Yeah, I don't think you ruined the
Well,
moment.
you were kind of like in the crying zone and whatnot.
That's what my wife says. Oh shit, Michael's in the crying zone again.
If anybody ruined the moment, it was me. Please. I'll
No,
take that.
nobody
That's
ruined
my
the
honor.
moment. Nobody.
That's
ruined
what I need to do. I need to segregate the whole house based off of emotions. Like, this is the happy camp. Over there is the crying zone.
Go to the melancholy closet, kids.
round the corner by the bathroom will be the angry dome.
I like the Angry Dome. That sounds something like out of like Mad Max.
I think that
Thunderdome, right?
I like
That's what it is.
I like the melancholy closet because you have to go in there and not really feel anything.
no. The problem with that
Blaster
melancholy
Mash.
clause. The problem with that is you're likely to go in there and find the infinite sadness also.
Yeah, well,
Where would depression be? The cellar?
I think the worst depression is being happy all the time. So personally, I feel like that would be the happy room. Constant happiness and clowns and joys. Pretty much the epitome of depression. Okay,
like
so
clowns.
now that has been leaked to the world.
I don't know a lot of people, but I like clowns.
I know. I haven't met very many.
Of course, one of the we raise rabbits.
I thought
raise
you said
clowns.
you're gonna say you raise clowns.
No.
Like animals.
Now I feel like I should just be making clown porn. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna raise a few clowns. What's up there, Bubbles? Honk.
Nice.
I don't know that, but we sold a rabbit to a local performer who goes by Binky the Clown, and he was on his way to a performance when he was going to a birthday party when he came by to pick it up, and he called me, and he was like, I've got to come by and pick this up, and I was like, yeah, okay, that's cool, I can take care of that for you. He's like, now I got to warn you, I am going to be in full costume. He was like, really? He's like, that means I'm going to be in makeup and the whole clown get up. Are you okay with that? I'm like, yeah, I'm fine with that. Come on by. And now my spouse is terrified of clowns.
Yeah, so I would be like, yes, absolutely, you can come over, but be sure to be real silent so I can hide you in our bedroom.
Yeah. Just like, would you mind, while you're over, would you mind hiding in my basement?
Yeah, exactly.
Just strategically leap out and be like, hey, kids!
Nice.
Do that, though, because to me, that's Binky the Clown. This guy goes by Binky the Clown, but I always think of Garfield's. Hey, kids!
Oh
And
my
then the clown
god.
responds, sure, I'll hide in your basement. Forever.
That's what she said.
Just like the guy comes out from under my bed, just like, hey, you sleep yet? No, I'm reading. Okay, just check.
Every time I think about scary clowns, like I used to actually like clowns as a kid until I watched It.
Ah,
No, I don't have a
I
problem
thought
with
it was
clowns.
hilarious when I was a kid.
That's something yes,
Well, we don't have
obviously, I laugh at every day.
Before we get back into it, Mitch, is your mic working again? Yeah, I know it's been 6 minutes since you typed that. Nope, I can't hear you.
nope.
We can't. I know. That's what I would do too. I'd get so pissed. Oh, yeah, I think he's actually really upset. That is a
Technical
that is a rage
problems are
game.
infuriating.
All right, gentlemen. So since he can't talk, he's attacked by 7 hobgoblins, 4 zombies, and a young green dragon. What do you want to do, Mitch? Okay, all right, nothing. I guess he just gets struck down.
I don't know what that gesture was, but
I took a vow of silence.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a monk vow of silence. If you're having a microphone issue, first place to check would be your computer hardware settings. On a Mac, it would be the system preferences, but you seem like a reasonable human being. So on a PC, you would probably go to your control panel, and there's where we get 2 dislikes because I dissed Mac. Secondly,
one of
you
them's
would go.
mine.
I know, I have a Mac too. Secondly, you'd go
Oh,
to Google Hangouts page.
Both
you
are good in their own
hipsters.
way.
I know they're
This
good.
is
They're
true.
good. Then you'd go to settings and you'd click, and you'd change those settings. You'd change your microphone and your headphones to the right.
The first thing you should always do is check the cable.
Yep.
Shut up! It's never just unplugged.
Also, I would recommend possibly checking the Google Plus settings. Maybe it could have automatically switched it.
Yes.
So
You
if
know
you
the
like,
best thing. What we should start doing is start accepting comments from people who are watching if they
Oh, I
want
would love that.
if they want us to like talk to bullshit about something in particular, like some stupid B-rate movie, then when we take our bullshit breaks, we actually speak about what they want to hear about, so they don't click the little red X in the corner.
you know that they're working on a new D&D movie, so that's kind of related.
I don't want to talk about that. Whoever comments that can go fuck themselves. I don't want to talk about it.
No,
Yeah.
actually, they want to make
You know
it
what?
good now.
I was gonna say, if we're gonna talk about Dungeons and Dragons movies, I will be talking about one thing, and that will be bullshit. Damodar's a Death Knight. He doesn't cast Fireball once.
I know.
The second one, the thing about the Dungeons and Dragons, it's actually the first one is the worst, the second one is better, and the third one is actually also
Yeah.
pretty good.
I thought the
second
first one was
was
the funniest
recent.
because it was so bad.
Well, look, no, it's not so simple as good as bad because the second and the third one, no, they
Exactly.
have no way. Let me finish. They have a much lower budget,
Yeah.
than for a movie of this size should have. And what they did with the budget,
that's-
what I liked about the second one, it felt much more like D&D. There were an actual dungeon.
You know why their
Right.
second movie's budget
And
was
that's
so
why it's
low, right?
forgettable.
Sorry, what were you saying?
Do you know why the second movie's budget was so low?
Well, because the first one did so poorly, and they probably couldn't get more money.
It's because they had no scenery left after Jeremy Irons chewed it all.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, but then Star Trek would never have any scenery.
We raised the dragon goddess.
I
That's
think
what
he
made
just
it
didn't-
amazing for me. It
he
was
just
so
didn't-
bad, but it was entertaining.
No,
Also-
that wasn't entertaining. There was some parts that were, but for the most part, it was just so bad because I wanted to be.
That's why it was entertaining.
This
Yeah.
was supposed to be the fantasy movie of the '90s. Really, it should have been, but
That came out in the 2000s.
well, 2000s. But it felt in the '90s. Everything felt very '90s of this movie. But
It
the
did.
point is, but the point is that the second one.
Did the 90s have a good fantasy movie? I don't remember any big fantasy movie. In
The best. Nah, I can. The funny thing is, I can list a ton from the '80s, from
Yeah.
the '90s.
The 80s had like Dragon
Yeah.
Slayer and
They had Willow, and they had
Oh.
the Sword and the Sorcerer. Yeah, Willow is the best.
Val Kilmer's greatest role next to Batman.
Willow is
That was-
awesome. You shut the fuck up.
Whoa, holy shit! I was being legitimately honest
And you
about the
you
first
dare
part of
say
my
the
sentence.
Bride
Yeah.
is better than Willow.
I
There
don't
was some
think
stupid
so.
movie
I-
critic who said something like
No,
that.
hold on. I like The Princess Bride, but I love Willow.
The Princess
I love
Bride
Willow.
is so much better
Okay.
than Willow, though.
Well, maybe, but I don't give a shit. I like them
It
both.
doesn't matter. It's not a competition.
No, it is not better. You know why? Because the fucking Mormons in Utah, they ruined it for me. Because that's every time they watched a movie and movie.
No,
it was
hear
either
me.
that or
The Matrix trumps all your
Napoleon
movies. Now let's move on.
Bonaparte.
Oh, no.
Apparently, it is a competition, folks.
No, look, no.
That was
The
wrong.
Princess Bride. The problem is, I find that one is more of a fairy tale style fantasy movie, and
Yeah, seriously.
Willow is more like the traditional sword and sorcery movie, as at least I see it.
Look, it would be cool to discuss movies again, but come on, let's play Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah,
We've done this before.
look, Solar. I
think
want to
they're-
play,
the
but
only reason
Mitchell.
why I was still doing this is because they're giving Mitchell a chance to fix his hardware.
Oh, all right, okay. My bad.
Fox,
But-
the problem that I have, the only problem I have with Princess Bride really is that as I said, the Mormons have ruined it, and and I can see that maybe some things about it are better, but I always say, for me, a good fantasy movie is which fantasy movie would make a good setting, and the Princess Bride would make a good setting, but in the type of kind of fairy tale-ish fantasy movies, it does really well. Yes, but yeah.
I don't know. If we want to go with like what I actually think is the best fantasy movie of the 80s, The Dragon Slayer.
Freaking
The Dragon
legend.
Slayer has the best dragon effect. There's
Oh
no
yeah,
question about
it's so awesome. I just love the whole story. I don't know, as far as scripts go, the best script is The Princess Bride. Like, they did a really good job on that.
I will disagree.
Willow is the best movie with brownies in it.
It's a legit good fantasy movie, and
It's,
also script-wise, everything.
Fucking
And I
amazing,
will not. If you don't like it, that's fine. Or you.
Oh no, I don't dislike it. I just think that honestly, one of the things I would say about it that is actually a negative comment is that I probably wouldn't like it if it weren't for Warwick Davis.
Yeah, and he's
Because that
really great.
he made that movie. He really did. But there's a lot of movies that are like that. If you like took one crucial actor out, it would just be garbage.
Well, when we're talking fantasy movies, I mean, from the 80s, I also like, for example, Excalibur, which was a very different tone.
Yeah.
But
Or
it was
Sir Gawain
good.
and the Green Knight.
Oh man, that was my first play.
The Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. Is that the one with Sean Connery? That one is kind of crazy, though.
I think Sean Connery was in that one.
Yeah, that one is kind of crazy. It is good, but it's like... it's good, though, because it's just for the crazy factor. It's like Zardos, or what is it? No, wait, what is it? No. There's a Sean Connery movie that is just crazy as fuck.
Oh,
The penis is
Exactly. Zordos, yeah.
Zardos.
Zardos, yeah.
has anyone here seen Deathstalker or Deathstalker 2?
Yes.
That is hands down the
man.
worst movie ever made, because just when you think it's okay because they don't care how bad it's going to be, it turns into a porno.
I am going to posit that The Warlords of Gore is worse than Deathstalker, but
There are too many
actually,
movies
the movie
to call
is,
one specific
the
one the
thing
worst.
about,
No,
I have
you
read
said
the
Deathstalker
first.
2.
I've read the first Gore novel, and they didn't went on too crazy yet with the whole BDSM slave thing. And for me mostly, I was always thinking, because I knew about it going into it, but I wanted to read it anyway, and I thought it would be a cool setting with the whole, flying the hawks thing and everything, but then they just went with the whole, I mean, look, there's some people who really like this and whatever, but it's like, where it just becomes a porn thing. It's like, because
No,
I actually...
there are bad movies and
I-
movies that give up, but there are movies that are just scum and make you feel like you've literally lost brain cells because of watching the movies. You
The
can't really call
movie
any of
was
them
just-
specifically the worst, because there have been, especially recently, there have been so many bad movies that resurfaced and that gained popularity as just like a genre on their own.
for
It's
example,
Too difficult to
Space-
decide.
For example, it's hard for me, and it's always subjective. You always have to keep looking
Yeah.
for what you're going to find. Because I mean, it's like a lot of times people are like, "Oh, this is the worst movie," and I'm like, "What?" But have you seen Space Zombie Bingo? Or have you seen Trash Humpers?
there's many types of bad movies. There's bad movies that are bad when they
I'm
try
citing-
legitimately,
I'm citing
and then
two different ones there here, two totally different genres. Because I'm also
Right,
going
right.
to like Trash Humpers, which is intended not to be a Space Zombie Bingo is like aggressively stupid. It's like
Yeah, they're
aggressively
trying-
bad.
they're trying to be bad. It's like intentional camp.
Yeah.
Or you
and
have movies that try
Trash Humpers is
legitimately.
trying to be a legit art film.
An art film, that makes it even worse.
And
Going back to the fantasy thing with the movie Gore, at least the first movie, I haven't seen the second one. I think the second one is called Warlords of Gore. They completely removed the whole flying the hawk in the battle, which I thought was the best in the book. I didn't, as I said, I didn't like the whole slave theme, whatever, in the book, but I did like the idea of it was kind of a Conan-esque world,
yeah.
but with like that they were flying on hawks, and I thought, that would be cool, but that I knew where the novels are going, so, but I wanted to say that at least I read the first book, but I do agree with you with Dragon Slayer, and I can see your points also with Princess Bride. I'm sorry I'm a little bit aggressive on that, but I have some issues with Princess. It's more about that, as I said, when I was in college, a lot of the people, they either would watch that or Napoleon Dynamite, and I burned out on that movie. And especially when everybody was quoting, "I am Inigo Montoya, and I'm here to kill you," and I'm like, well, Mad Mardigan would have killed him in 2 seconds, excuse me, and that's all I'm going to say about that. But another movie that I think that a lot of people, I don't know, like, what do you think of Krull?
You mean The Crow with the guy
No, just
who died?
Krull. Krull.
Oh, Krull.
I don't like
Krull.
that movie.
You like Dragon Slayer more than Krull?
Yeah, because Krull is kind of garbage.
Okay, it's okay.
Well, I like the tone. Dragon Slayer. I like the tone. I like the dialogue.
You
I
have a
like
fucking-
the. Huh?
Sorry, I'm interrupting.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I
continue.
like the storyline, and I like the. There's a lot of subtext, societal critique in that movie. There's a lot of subtext in there that I like.
True,
On that.
true.
Krull, I think my main problem is that I hate most of the characters.
Okay.
The whole movie is a hunt for a magical MacGuffin that then does nothing.
So you hate Pulp Fiction?
That is not true. They wound the creature, okay?
Well, hang on a second. Pulp Fiction did it in an amazing way. Pulp
That is
Fiction
not
did it in a way
true.
that...
And
No, I love Pulp Fiction.
they use
I like
it
the
to
characters, I like the
to-
dialogue, and I like the story in that movie.
I was just trying to.
Yeah,
force
Pulp
you to
Fiction
watch
is a
porn.
totally different. That's a totally different
But-
thing.
No, I don't
love
want to say
Pulp
too
Fiction.
much because I know there are people here who haven't seen it, and I don't want to spoil it.
Yeah,
But,
That
Um,
movie
That
is
movie been
like
out?
20 years old. Now next year it's going to
way
be
longer,
20
more
years
than
old.
20.
Actually more, yeah. Yeah. No, sorry.
Um,
2005.
When
No,
Mitch
it's
gets
not-
back. We'll
it's-
sit down.
2014.
Yeah, it's next year. It's going to be. Well, it came out 1995,
If
1994.
you want to talk about shit movies,
Krull, I thought
let's
that
talk
came
about
out in the
Casino
80s.
Royale.
Oh, not Kroll, because no, Solar mentioned Pulp Fiction.
Oh, yeah.
No, you didn't.
So no, Kroll is from the
Barker
80s.
mentioned
No,
Pulp Fiction.
no. Okay, so I get it. You don't like the characters. That's fine. I don't know. I like
Yeah.
it, but
I
that's
don't, just the
maybe me.
whole. It's not a well-wrought story. It's not well told. It's
Well, it's
got
the-
a lot
it's
of.
the-
It's got some entertaining action to it. And I think I think it can be entertaining, but it's not what I consider to be a good movie. I don't think it's a terrible movie. I think that there's the movie's in league with like Lady Hawk and Hawk the Slayer, so it's like a long way from being
on.
the worst.
Okay, now we're gonna stop right here.
Oh my god!
You do not
I wish
put-
there were.
You don't have
Hold
to
on,
put
hold on.
Kroll in Lady. Okay, Lady
DM's
Hawk.
interruption.
I actually like Lady Hawk, but Hawk the Slayer and Kroll, Hawk the fucking Slayer, where they have actually a spell where she throws neon ping pong balls. Fuck you. Okay, I was fine with not liking Kroll, but you putting those two movies
No, I'm
Oh,
putting it,
He's about to
I'm
quit,
putting
bro.
it out there to give a perspective on how it's not that bad.
look,
Here's the
okay,
other
fine.
extreme.
I
And
get
here's
it.
like
you
that
don't-
makes this look better.
But
But
that's
you know
the
what I
thing,
think
that's-
is a far more entertaining movie?
What?
The Fifth Element. And the reason I bring that up
Chris
is
Tucker.
because watch that movie and think about the movie Krull. And note as you watch it that it's almost a remake.
To a degree, yes.
Think about it. It's pretty much a remake of Krull. Like the plot is almost identical.
All right. Here we are.
Actually, well,
playing D&D for our smooth
to a
jazz.
degree, maybe. I will
Smooth
agree
jazz
with
So if
Sophie.
you want to talk about movies that ruin things, let's talk about Casino Royale.
Well, I was keeping it with fantasy simply to keep it somewhat D&D
Yeah, I know.
related.
Well, you know what?
Also, originally, I brought up Kroll because originally there was a time that was supposed to be the first D&D movie.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. But what I was
I'm going to point out. I'd like to point out really quick something that that will probably draw fire away from you guys and toward me. I've never seen Kroll.
Neither have
That's
I
I.
have
yeah,
seen
check
Fifth
it out.
Element.
I mean, you might
I
not
wanted
like
to
it,
because
like
you guys suggested it, though.
because I wanted to say something about Dragon Slayer too. That I could actually bring up a lot of the critiques too. That I did like the magic system, how he used magic. That was really well explained. I did, of course, like the dragon and the action scenes, and that's like one of the best dragon fights I've seen in a movie.
it looked
Uh,
great, and I can't believe that it's the special effects it has came out in the year that it did.
Well, it was basically the most advanced stop motion that was called Go Motion, and they used the same technique in Willow too, with the and they used that also in Empire Strikes Back with the
Star Wars.
walkers.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
In Willow, there's the two-headed dragon where they use that,
Oh,
where
yeah.
he shapeshifts the troll into the dragon, and the walkers. It's like where they. It's a very intricate way, and they almost used that for Jurassic Park before they then discovered CGI. But the point is that I don't know if you know this one. This one I think is a little bit on the cheesier, but I think it's just I like it because it's got some crazy scenes. The sword and the sorcerer with the three-bladed sword thing.
Guys, here's the thing. I don't mind talking about movies or D&D related movies or anything, but let's talk about something that's like interesting. Because I don't think, me personally, I don't think I'd enjoy hearing two people discuss their
Yeah.
opinions on movies.
Well, let's. What I was gonna say is, I want to say one thing and then go back to the game. And this isn't an opinion thing. I just want to throw this out there. This one's for real quick, Sean. Just run this through your head. Bedraggled ex-military guy meets strange scion from another people. Embarks on a quest to find a magic item to stop a flaming monster from outer space that's trying to enslave and destroy their world. Finds that the magic whatnot does nothing, defeats the enemy with magical love fire.
It's not. It
Now,
is very similar, yes.
Did I just
But it didn't
describe the
have
fifth
really
element
nothing.
or Kroll?
It's not exactly the same way, okay, but it is very similar. No, I will not let that stand.
No, it doesn't sound that similar. It sounds like,
They
sounds
wouldn't.
like 3 plot points are the same, but everything else is like it's a different setting. It's probably a different kind of humor. I don't know. I haven't seen.
Actually, no. I
Oh,
will
no,
admit.
oh.
I think definitely Luc Besson was heavily inspired by Kroll, and he just put it in a sci-fi setting, and he did switch, and he was also inspired by other things, but yeah,
I think
there
that
is-
well, no, it's definitely inspired by other things. It's but that's all I wanted to say. It's just like I can describe both movies, and I didn't even get into the similarities between Ruby Rod and that dumbass sorcerer. But
Um,
I
wondering
like.
if-
I
like-
will give Kroll this.
I'm not
Liam
saying
Neeson
he was
pretty awesome.
perfect. Yeah, Liam Neeson was awesome, and I dare you to say otherwise. But I
Yeah.
thought, for example, I like.
It
the
allows you to
Cyclops.
look at the movie. That movie allows you to look at Liam Neeson and say, "Oh, he was in halfway decent movies at one time."
oh.
Great.
Well, Taken was.
I
pretty
will
good.
find you.
Oh,
And, well, here's the thing: is he did Taken 2, and now he's doing another movie called like Among the Tombstones or whatever. That's the exact same fucking preview.
Like everything is just like he did Taken. For some reason, Taken
The
would have been
Batman
fine if
movies
they
were
didn't do
good.
Taken 2.
He was in the Batman movie.
I've heard of. I know, but I've heard of.
I liked it in
I've
that,
heard
but
of.
character made
I've
no
heard of
sense.
new actors.
Did
I've
good.
heard of new actors being typecast, but I've not heard of like experienced,
actors.
wonderful actors
And then,
being
like,
typecast.
and then he was just like, here's my new movie, Liam Neeson punches wolves.
There we go. that sounds like a Steven Seagal movie, by the way.
Wolf puncher.
I
Seagal
just want to say one thing about Kroll, and I'll admit that
Horseshit.
I am.
Hold on. Horseshit. There's no more. You can say what you want, but no more saying. I just want to say one more thing, because I know for a fact this conversation is going to continue.
No.
Not only
I
because
promise,
we're
I
hilarious,
promise,
but
promise
because it
not to
has to
respond
continue.
to this.
No, it has to continue because Mitch is not back. So
Yes,
please
I
continue
would
for
love to play already, but I just want to say this one thing that I'll say that I like the movie also simply because I find it's very imaginative, and I also like the way how they made it. It is a very simple, typical the hero's journey, but I also like that they mix sci-fi with fantasy. And I would have wished as a kid, I always thought there was a sequel where they would actually go to other planets, you know,
You're talking
and they
about
would have.
Crawl or the Fifth Element?
Either
They
or.
never travel
Fox,
in space.
This is the point where Fox drops the microphone and walks away. Boom. I don't think actually we need.
I wasn't trying to denigrate either movie.
Well,
by
actually, I found the characters in
You
Dragon.
shush, Marker. You're just the GM. You have no say in anything other than the game.
This
no,
is
continue.
It's just a taste thing, and that's fine, dude. What I wanted to say is that, as I said, I have a nostalgia for the movie, and I will admit that.
there's no
And
reason.
there's-
Nobody has to justify why they like a movie, and a movie doesn't have to be good for you to like it. I
Yeah,
mean,
just like Fifth Element.
yeah. Like, I honestly really like Fifth Element, but I recognize that it's
It's not a good
really.
movie.
Well,
it's
okay,
terrible.
wait a second. You see, that's my
Here we
biggest
go.
problem here. No. You see,
Hey!
I'm going to finish.
Mitch is back.
It is a subjective matter. You say this movie is bad, and I know it. Like,
But we
this is
have-
your opinion in the end, you know?
I
So
feel
I'm
like-
not saying it's like
no, he's right.
movie
Sean is
art.
right.
There's a
I would like-
difference. There's a
you guys
difference
hear me?
between. I know
There.
what movie art is, so that's where I'm finishing. I know there's a
And I
difference
can't
between
hear
movie
you.
art.
Great.
We can hear you.
So there we go.
Hey!
Go ahead, Sean.
So,
Give me a
Go,
second.
no, Sean, go ahead and finish your last point.
it was just I know the difference between movie art and also just like a genre movie, and both of them can be the same. Like for example, with Guardians of the Galaxy, it actually managed to be legitimately a good movie and a good genre movie.
Yeah.
I know that, and I know these things. So that's because I have also studied them. But a lot of
Yeah.
movies,
Hello?
it boils down to
Hello?
personal preference.
I
Can
can
you not
hear you.
hear
And
us?
that's where I'm finishing.
We can hear you.
We've
Awesome
got-
to hear you, Mitchell.
I wish
Sorry,
there
I
was
can't
some
actually
sort
hear
of
you
like.
guys. So I'm trying
Well-
to figure out what the hell's going on.
You can't hear us?
He could.
I have no idea how I fixed the mic. No idea. See, enable.
Just quick.
Foul
Fox,
silence
I
indeed.
hope you're not offended.
Okay,
or anything,
I
but
can hear you
was
guys
a little
now.
heated, so.
I
no.
hadn't interpreted that to be heated.
Yeah, and I would like to point out.
Spirited, I would have described it.
And I must
okay.
say, I
Everybody
never
who's
thought
watching
about
this
the
at home,
connection.
I apologize from like the deepest part of my heart. For some reason, my brand new headphones decided to screw with me, as well as collaborated with my computer to screw up my D&D game.
That's okay. Oh, he can't hear me, so talking to him is completely
No,
pointless.
I can hear you now.
I would like
fixed
to point out. Oh, you fixed it. Okay, great.
Oh,
I would
sweet.
like to point out though that if you're talking about movies like the movies that you're talking about, and it doesn't get into an argument, I am fucking disappointed.
There we go.
As a father figure, as a
Now, this is
dungeon
like-
master, I am disappointed. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
I was
So,
literally
while you were
trying to
sleeping,
start
Garthor.
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
We're going to Garthor.
It was so boring.
Oh Jesus.
I
We're
just
going to-
wanted there to be something interesting to watch.
Okay, Marker, guys, if we're waking up, you guys will probably wake up to me
You're
doing
not
the
waking
stretches and stuff like that.
We're not
Oh.
waking up.
waking up.
I put the elf in bed and next
Ah.
to your daughter.
You're
and-
never
Well,
waking
come on,
up.
I've been out.
Never.
and Tucker
Death is
and-
on the table. you remember?
Element.
Okay, so Garthor, you're asleep. Your free dragon anti-hand is still clutched in your fingers, and you are in.
It's a royal flush.
You are in the middle of a dense woodland. It's if you could picture a dense northwestern American woodland combined with that of a jungle. The vines are rough around the edges. The undergrowth is that of thorns and thickets. and in front of you is a person, a woman, in fact, and she is dressed in all green, and she approaches you, and she looks like a human, but she's a little thicker. She has larger muscles. She's a little bit taller, a broader face. And she looks to you and she says, in a very deep voice, "Do you know where you are?"
No, I got no clue.
She's talking to all of us?
No, she's talking to Garthor in his dream.
Okay.
She laughs. And she opens up her cloak and wings expand out of her. And she is standing there with massive dragon wings, draconic wings. And she says, "Are you alone?"
I do I have my sword on my side?
Is that what you say in character?
I'm saying that out of character.
You do have your sword at your side.
I pull out my sword and what kind of manner of creature are you? What the hell are you doing here? What am I doing here?
She says, all the wisest of men ask themselves those questions, but every morning. And then she says, "Take him." And then from behind her, you see elves and men and hobgoblins and halflings and dwarves just come at you. But those who are actually trying to attack you would be a dwarf and a hobgoblin. And they come up to you and roll initiative.
Okay. I rolled a 13, and my initiative, I believe, is, I think 2. I have not written it.
Plus your dexterity modifier. I don't think you have anything in it.
Yeah, then I have +1, so 14.
Okay, excellent. The hobgoblin comes up and swings his scimitar towards you and strikes untrue, misses you. The dwarf will swing a warhammer directly at you and will strike you for, actually, 4 points of damage. As he hits you, you are able to strike back. Who do you choose to strike?
The dwarf, he seems like the bigger threat.
Okay,
so,
understood. Go ahead.
Okay, I rolled a 9 plus my, I think my combat bonus is 5.
Okay.
Since it's strength plus proficiency. Does your proficiency go up in the level 2?
No, only
no.
Level 5.
Right,
Level 5
right.
it goes
So
up.
my combat bonus is still the same like it was in level 1.
Yep.
Okay, so it's then +5, so 14.
Just like any other dream that you've ever had, you're just a little bit weaker than usual, and your sword just clanks directly off of his chainmail. You look to your left, and you see Helen, looking surprised at the surroundings. What do you do, Helen? Let me just describe the setting further. You see a woman in front of you. She has dark auburn hair, about shoulder length, large green wings expanded behind her, and a crowd of people, all different races, all speaking different tongues behind her, all looking at Garthor, 2 of which have moved to attack a dwarven fighter and what looked to be a hobgoblin fighter. And one notices you, one from the crowd that is, and that is an elf with a bow, and that elf begins to draw an arrow, staring you down.
I look around envisedly and exclaim, "What's the meaning of this?"
Once your words leave your mouth, the woman looks defiant, but the people around her actually look quizzical, almost in agreement that that is a question that should be asked. Yes, what is the meaning of this? And they all kind of look at her, and she, in realizing that her, people are confused, she says, "Get them! Get them! That is the meaning of this." What?
Well, then, with a voice booming with the power of thaumaturgy,
Excellent.
I step forward and exclaim, and demand, "No! Explain yourself."
Do me a favor and roll intimidation, and you have advantage due to your glorious thaumaturgy. Yasha, you have appeared long enough to see this.
I have a 15 total.
15, excellent.
Can I slightly also back up Fox since I'm getting ready? I'd probably end up flexing and bringing my key forward. Do you mind if I go ahead and describe that as well? Or should I let Helen describe her stuff?
No. I would like you to describe your stuff, Mitch. Describe what your character, Yasha Ariadrog, does.
Okay, so Helen is trying to acquire information, and Garthor is trying to fend off an assault by two of them, and more are trying to about to join the fray. I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but I'm pretty sure Helen can handle the negotiations. But I am going to prime myself for combat, and as such, I can feel this core within my body, where I, metaphorically speaking, it's where my entire life essence for every cell, every being, part of me, even from nature, flows through me into this orb within my sternum. And I can just feel veins pulsing out from it. And I can draw within it, and I feel this pain within me as I draw out this energy, and I feel my skin heat up slightly from the increase as it flows through my body. And you can see me take a bit of a stance. My muscles kind of bulge out, the veins becoming super pronounced as this ethereal blue swirling energy starts to erupt similar to a fountain from around me, and seem to almost coalesce around my hands and my feet. But it's continuing to spike off my back as well as in a almost grotesque mockery of wings.
Excellent. Wow. Cool. Very cool. You see this, Helen, and Garthor, and in the dismay caused by the crowd and by this woman, Garthor, you may make another attack if you'd like.
Yep.
Garthor
yawns. 3.
Just another day, bitches.
Yeah, I rolled a 3 plus 5, so
Excellent.
it's not a good sign.
Again, the sword just kind of not only
Tink.
falters, but it crumbles. It crumbles into ash on the floor, the entire sword. And you're standing in a pile of ash, and then that pile of ashes grows and grows and grows until it's a mountain of ash, Garthor. And you are on the peak of this mountain, and it is just you and just this woman in front of you. And she reaches out and she attempts to attack you with her hands. What is your armor class?
16.
Okay, well, she rolled a 19. That's plus 2, the 21. That is a hit. Okay, and she will do a total of 3 damage to you.
Okay.
What do you do?
Well, I attack back.
Awesome. Your foot is planted in ash, and you strike true. You strike
You gotta-
forward with your sword. What was it?
A fucking 1. Jeez. Louise, wait a second. I have two-handed. There has to be something here.
You have inspiration?
I'm using my
I
two-handed.
want on a damage die.
Okay, it says here, great weapon fighting. I'm using great weapon. Rerolled at 1 or 2, so I can reroll.
I
Excellent.
think that's
Do
on
it.
damage, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's damage. Are you trying to cheat here, Sean? Shit.
I just have written here reroll at 1 or 2.
Is
it
that
a-
damage or is that attack roll?
I'm not sure, honestly. Probably
I'm
Fox is right.
I think it's damage, but if you have an inspiration point, which you should, because I believe I gave you one in the last session, you can
Yeah.
use it to reroll.
Well, I will use it because, for frick's sake.
I was gonna say now's a
Frick.
good time to get all your bad rolls out because you know it's a dream.
I
Yeah.
believe
Yeah,
it is
so-
actually for attacks, by the way. I'll try to check.
Wow, I got a 4. Great job.
What was that?
That
Was
was worth it. To waste my inspiration roll. This fucking dice can go fuck itself.
All right. You become attacked by her again, and her wing pierces you in the shoulder, and her left wing pierces you in the gut, all the way through you, pincering you until you are eviscerated, and your consciousness lasts far longer than it absolutely should, and the musk of this disgusting death fills your nostrils as you fall down into this heap of ashes. And when she comes forward to reveal herself, instead of her face, you see that of Cassius's face. And you wake up. Yes. And you
Is that
wake up
her face?
and yep, he sees Cassius's face. And you wake up and birds are chirping outside. There's a slight drizzle, not enough to scare away the wildlife, obviously. And you can look around you.
I'm like, what the hell have I dreamed just now?
Gosh, you'd think I was the one who drank the bat water.
Wait, wait a second. Did you have a bad dream too?
I'm not awake yet.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. If
Well, I thought your character just said that.
No, that was an OC joke.
Alright.
Mine would have been awake before any of you guys, because elves only require 4 hours of sleep.
So you wake up to Yasha staring at you, Garthor, as you've had this. obvious bad dream.
I look quite disturbed and somewhat, sweating. I'm like, and I look at Yasha. I'm like, I don't know how Yasha is looking. Do I see any emotion on his face, or are you like the Rock? Like. Not The Rock, the wrestler. I mean, like, I'm tired. Sorry. Okay. That was not intentional. Now I meant like that you are not showing your emotions. For once, it wasn't intentional.
Like a rock.
there
More
we
like
go.
curiosity, and I was about to wake you up.
I've been sitting here.
Well,
for
I'm
4
like,
hours.
well, I had a weird dream with some winged lady, and you were there, and you were there, and you were there. No, I don't say that. So I'm like, some winged lady attacked me, and there was a bunch of other people, and then she did kill me, and it turned out to be Cassius all along. It's really weird.
Cassius, roll a. Actually, if you'd like to wake up Cassius, you may.
Well, Cassius will at the commotion he'll start waking up, and the first thing he'll do when he wakes up is he'll sit within his bedroll, and he'll say, "Oh man, that was a great dream."
Is it safe to say, out of character, that you had the same dream except for vice versa?
You could say that.
Sure, we'll say that. Awesome. Continue.
What did you say? Roll.
You don't have to roll anything. I was gonna add first. I was gonna have you roll to wake up, but you can wake up if you want. Actually, anybody can wake up if they want.
As he's saying that, he'll sort of chuckle a bit, and he'll look at his orb, and the orb will, having been in this state throughout the night as he slept, the orb will be mirroring the storm outside.
Excellent. And Dolgren walks down the stairs. I've been asleep for quite some time.
Yes. Me too. I had a bad dream. And I explained to him the dream, if he's interested.
I'll get up and stretch.
Awesome. Dolgren listens, but he's clutching his wound, his bandage on his side, and he walks over to Helen and says, "Thank you for your help." Look.
Bow slightly to him.
He says, look, the moon shadow is out. And you see what looks to be two moons in front of the sun forming a pattern-like eclipse onto the ground. It's a very beautiful and extremely surreal, and he looks at it for a while and takes it in.
Is this a normal thing in this world?
Yes, it is a normal thing, but it's not. There are 3 moons that kind of orbit this realm. It's not an everyday thing, but it is normal.
I'm going to go back to cooking breakfast, which you guys find I do seem to take a rather large amount of enjoyment out of doing.
He puts on the apron, flips the pan.
Yes, I'm the bone of my skillet in Elven.
It's like, give me some of that rabbit. I'm gonna butter sear this bitch.
Garthor, your knuckles are in pain from clenching your fists around your sword hilt.
Yeah, I'm like, god damn it. I'm like, well, are the other ones now awake now?
It seems to be everybody's awake.
Well, I tell them about the dream if they're interested, but yeah, that's about it.
Like, well, that's an odd dream to have.
Definitely.
You know, I had the same dream, only something was different. I can't quite put it, but I don't know. It felt great.
Let me guess, you were the winged creature attacking me.
I don't know. I don't remember those things, but something was definitely great. Oh, what was it?
Well, I'm not surprised. I don't know. Maybe this place has somehow affected us. I want to destroy this whole thing, whatever, this machinery, this witchcraft.
Mm-hmm.
And you say that. Are you eyeing the cube? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mitchell.
I say you can do that after I finish cooking breakfast.
Garthor, when you say that, are you eyeing the crystal cube inside of Cassius's satchel?
Yeah.
Whoa, that's mine. Sparks start flying off as he grabs the backpack, and you can see sparks flying off from the cube inside it.
I was gonna step over and it's like, we may wait. If we can destroy the mechanism inside the tower, then we probably don't need to worry about the cube.
Right, yes.
I don't know.
Also, consider that the magic of this place might have something to do with that dream. Well, or you want to preserve the cube, you want to destroy it. It makes me surprised that I didn't have such a dream as well. Like, I very, very much want to destroy it.
Maybe your connections with the gods or with Pelor has protected you from that.
I'll shrug.
Either way, I understand these things the least out of all of you, probably. Yeah, Yasha. He knows his things pretty well. His art.
The cube is just a
But,
catalyzer. It's the mechanism that's the problem. Says Cassius in a strange moment of clarity, and if you look at his face at that moment, he actually seems like a regular wizard, like a wise old man.
Okay. I don't understand these words. Just destroy this because I don't like it, and I don't want to have any kind of curse on my ass. So, and I want to move along and get to the place, to the
Like,
get off this island in general.
as soon as we can, I think Yasha's right. Let's put a breakfast in us.
Yeah. So,
Excellent.
do we remove another? Well, I'll just
You-
take a.
Yeah, you can. I like the rules on eating. You need a pound of meat, which each bit of venison was a pound. You can live off of half a
Thanks
pound.
to my background,
You can
I can acquire food for us since we're in a
Okay.
plentiful area for each
well, you
meal.
also you
Yeah.
can live off of half a pound of food per day,
Oh.
if you wish to do that. But then
I take a full pound.
absolutely,
Doesn't sound right at all.
you
but
take a full
yeah.
pounding.
Mhm.
It's your morning regimen.
He is the fighter.
There we go.
And that draconic chick really was giving it to him.
It's you look outside Garthor and you see that it's a beautiful landscape. I mean, this is something you've never seen before. To the northeast are some woods that are not only beautiful at their edge, but deeper in you can tell that the trees get larger and more green and more pretty. And there's a rocky coastline, obviously to the south, where all of these stoic ships have been wrecked, with all of their people and treasures now submerged forever underwater. But up the eastern coast, it's a gorgeous beach.
Right. Well, I'm at this point more worried about what's with the tower, and I would rather go. Yeah, I'd rather go to the beach probably, but I don't know how safe it would be since we were already attacked. And I just wait for the other people to figure out what to do with the whole mechanical contraptions, mechanic magic contraptions, or whatever the hell it is.
All right, so it seems like Garthor and Helen are very for the destruction of this cube or the altar that it fits inside. Cassius, I'm getting the idea that while last night he was for it, it might have been just an act in order to kind of postpone its destruction for this morning, and now he's arguing in its favor.
Mm-hmm. Cass is arguing that the cube is not a problem. The cube is just a glass container, and the actual mechanism is what does the thing, and the cube can be replaced easily.
Well, either way, I don't want to have it working. So.
The woman, the elven woman, she looks to Helen and she says in Elvish, "Let the priestess of the glorious Pelor decide."
I put what we're eating for breakfast in the chat.
And Cass will frown at her and he'll say, "What was that? I heard Pelor."
Oh Lord. Yep.
Like, she suggested that I decide. She's like, and
She
I think
seems
in
very
the-
adamant, and she's clutching her daughter's hand firmly.
it's like, I think in the interests, or I think it's in our interest to destroy the mechanism, not the key.
The key may also be needed for something else.
This is possible. And it may not be unique. But we'll find that out.
Wiser than you seem, then.
I turn to Garthor and say, "Do you have a hammer?"
Nope.
you have something that can be used as a hammer?
I pull out the sword from the hobgoblin with the serrated shark thing, and I show at the pommel of the sword, and I like, yeah, maybe.
I pull out my
Dolgren
crowbar and
steps
be like, I'm pretty sure we can dismantle it with this.
Dolgren steps up and says, "I have a hammer. I think I have a hammer."
I put the sword back. Well, it would be a waste to damage the sword.
Like, I have a mace. I'm sure
No.
that
A mace would be good, also.
Cass will try to examine it and see if if it seems like any part of the altar is could be easily destroyed by fire or lightning or elements.
It looks like it is entirely built by stone bricks. It is smooth on the outside, held together by some sort of clay mortar. It doesn't look very sturdy. It looks like it might be able to be broken simply, or at the very least disassembled, with a little bit of creme fraiche.
Of what's that?
I have no idea what it is. I don't even know how to pronounce it, but Fox put it in the chat.
pan-seared venison with thyme, garlic, and wild berry tea, leftover berries and nuts, with just a little bit of creme fraiche.
Fresh.
It's kind of like I think it's like kind of like mayonnaise but fancier.
Wait, mayonnaise? I didn't hear eggs.
Well, it's some kind of, I think so. I might be wrong.
Wow, I'm hungry. God damn it.
I thought Americans hate mayonnaise.
I love mayonnaise.
Pretty sure Americans love mayonnaise.
I
For
think
the average American.
there's just for certain things Americans don't like mayonnaise.
Creme fraiche is more close to sour cream.
Yeah, you're right.
That's perfect. I mean,
Also,
I'm
also,
as I said, I'm tired. I'm not thinking quite straight. So
do people in Europe eat their I don't know, we call them French fries with mayonnaise?
no.
Well, wait, no, it depends. I like to have what I like is to have ketchup and mayonnaise, and that's pretty good.
Too.
You're weird.
Yeah,
Nobody
uh,
does that.
Well,
Okay.
Serbia is like the island of Europe, like, right?
What?
Well, there's some people that don't like it. It just depends. But I don't know.
Mayonnaise is sweet. It's not very good.
Well, fry
Actually,
sauce
ketchup
has
is good.
ketchup and mayonnaise and some other things in it, but it's still the
I
same
don't,
concept.
Most people, they either use ketchup or they use nothing. I have never ever even heard that anyone would consider mayonnaise. I mean, it's like an idea that floats around, but no one would dare use mayonnaise for French fries because it would make them sick.
No one would
the
dare.
The food police will arrest them.
Big Brother is watching. No one would
Exactly.
dare use it. Oh, that's awesome.
Honestly, here it happens though, and it's not a big deal.
I love mayonnaise.
Well, personally, I
Mayonnaise
don't
is
understand how
tough.
people can use ketchup. So I mean, mayonnaise may be fine, but I've never even heard of anyone attempt using it for French fries.
I like Miracle Whip.
Miracle Whip.
Cool Whip.
Cool Whip.
That's what I need to design a magic item that's based off cleric cleric abilities. The Miracle Whip.
Oh, that just reminded me of Final Fantasy or Secret of Mana, Secret of Mana especially, where you have the whip weapon. And but anyway, yeah, it's neither here nor
I created in my game
There
something
we
called
go.
the Shillelagh of Cure My
Simon
Wounds.
Belmont's chain whip.
So
It can kill undead, so it is a miracle whip.
Wait, no, I've got it. A whip that acts like a staff that allows you to cast Time Stop.
There we go.
So it's never too late to whip it.
Oh God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Very good. Excellent. I'm proud of you.
10 out of 10
Oh.
Fox. Took a little while for the setup, but the punchline was worth it.
You're so close to.
Critical hit in pun. I
Inspiration
correct.
points.
so close to missing it, but he just wheeled it back around and punched us all in the face. That was good.
The first one
Inspiration.
was the first shot was just to get you to turn around.
We thought it was a left straight. It was
so-
a right cross all the time.
What the hell was happening in the game?
No
It doesn't
idea.
matter. So the elven woman, she is kind of standing at this altar and shouting down the stairs. You know, who will destroy it? How will you destroy it?
I pull out my crowbar.
Just be like, come back up. Let's have our breakfast first. Well,
I thought
Think
you already
about
had your
that.
breakfast.
oh, did we already have our breakfast?
I assumed that you had your breakfast.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I take my two-handed sword and I want to use it like I hold it the other way around with the hilt, and I'm gonna use it like this just to smash shit.
Awesome. It's not difficult, though. By the end of it, it would probably dull down or round out the hilt of your sword. But
So it just uses
You said Dolgren had a hammer.
I'm gonna help with Mage Hand.
Well, okay, I don't want to damage it, so I just leave it. So whatever.
That is to say, not help at all.
mage hand, you pick up one block at a
Is there a
time.
rock somewhere there? A big
Sure.
rock.
You
Yeah, I
can,
can do
if
that.
you take a few hours, you can disassemble the altar.
All we need to do is take out the
I
central
just
part
take
that
a
connects
rock and I smash it with that.
Excellent.
while they're doing that, am actually going to see how far up I can get. Like, I'm going to be looking for where the origin of that light was and see if there's any kind of mechana there.
Excellent. When you get up to the top level, you see that there are two translucent gemstones, both almost half spheres. One on the bottom on the floor in the center of the room, and one on the ceiling. The light, the mystical light, appeared like a almost a football shape, a diamond shape. An American football shape, since we are international, in the center of the room, with both points being in between the two gems.
It's good that you explained that, by the way, because I imagined a soccer football and,
Yes,
and
you
it was
did.
like, wait, how does that resemble a diamond?
Just say
what?
Stewie's head from Family Guy.
I should have said
People
a
will recognize it.
rugby ball. A rugby ball.
Just say Stewie's head from Family Guy. People will
Stewie's
recognize.
head from Family Guy. Yes.
Or that kid from Hey Arnold.
Oh yeah, there.
Oh, his name was Arnold.
Yes.
By the way, yeah.
that Arnold.
That
The main,
kid
you
from
mean
Hey
the main
Arnold.
character?
Yes.
You know, Arnold. It only takes a few moments to actually shatter those as well, if you'd like to destroy them.
By the way, it's gonna take them a couple of hours to disassemble this. So while they're doing that, Cass is going to be casting a ritual for an hour.
What
So-
ritual?
Let me. It is a spell called. No, screw that. I renamed them. Give me a moment.
Spell called.
It's
Go
called
fuck yourself.
Manifest. It's called Manifest Steven.
What does that do?
Thank
I
you.
will leave that as a mystery for now.
No, horse shit. Give me a.
If it's the
Give me a
definition
page number.
for Steven as in the prank style of
Oh my
Steven,
God.
which is really horrible, a
What?
horrible prank.
What is that?
I don't know. What spell is it?
It's Unseen Servant.
Okay. Manifest Steven.
I would have
Yeah.
called it Summon Walter.
I would have called it Bring Forth Pettigrew. Anybody else?
Eh.
No. What was that? Were these jokes beneath you, Fox?
No, I'm just not smart enough to get them.
Oh, okay.
I got it.
Okay, good. All right. All right. So you've dismantled the lighthouse, and even after you can look for some sort of mechanism to test it, you realize that you've probably destroyed it beyond use.
Okay. Well, what now?
I turn to Garthor and go, "There's our good deed for the day."
Yeah. I think we can
I'm
leave this
gonna
accursed.
check
We
out
can
the
leave.
basement.
Well, might as well go down to the basement. I'll follow Yasha.
Before I go down to the basement, I am going to don my armor.
You've played D&D before.
Well, I put my armor now 2 on if it's not on.
I didn't know if anybody else doffed their armor while they slept, but
Cassius puts
Mine's
on his
chainmail. I could sleep in chainmail. It would be uncomfortable, but
My rituals are cast 10 minutes, I believe, and the spell actually lasts 1 hour. Sorry.
Nice.
have you ever worn actual chainmail?
It's horrible.
I'm sure it's horribly uncomfortable.
I think it's not amazingly uncomfortable, but it's a hell of a lot of weight on your chest while you're trying to sleep.
Well,
But then
you know,
again, I'm a pudgy editor, not a fantasy warrior. So
well, okay. The thing is, if I would be in full, let's say, plate mail, I will definitely argue with that. But chainmail, I don't know. What does the DM say?
I don't think it would have. I think that primarily the effect of sleeping in your armor and always keeping your armor on will be a social and roleplay effect. Out of character. If you keep your plate armor on all the time, and you never take a shower, and you're always prepared for combat, when you get into town, people are going to think you're a bum. They're gonna. You're going to smell horrible. They're not going to talk to you, and if you want to go talk to the king,
Good.
it's
I don't
probably
need
not
that.
going to happen. Yeah, horse shit, man.
I will use that to my advantage.
I'm sure. But
I'm a munchkin.
yeah, I know.
No,
Who,
I'm
in
not a
what
munchkin.
order?
I just
I get
have
attacked
not
by a group of
taken
evil monks, and one of them punches Garthor, and Garthor's like, "Hey, smell your hands."
Talk to the hand.
Oh, my finger. Okay. So the trapdoor to the basement is about 1 meter by 1 meter square, and has a ladder leading down about 8 feet to the floor below. And when you look down, you see kind of a luxurious chair covered in dust and a table.
Okay.
Who's first? Who's going down first?
I'll go down first.
Garthor, when you stick your head down in there, it smells musky. It smells like something old, something stagnant, something just gross, something gross.
Also something that died.
Didn't we drop a dead hobgoblin down there?
Yeah, we did.
Yes, there is. At the very bottom,
Well,
there's
actually,
a...
let me rephrase that. We dropped a potentially dead hobgoblin down there. So,
And-
Cassius
and
barbecue.
forgot about her between the weeks, and she is now completely dead.
Just say,
Cassius,
all our hit points are back.
No, if we're being honest, you dropped a potentially dead hobgoblin down there, and then you had breakfast. And you went to bed.
Well, that's normal D&D shit, right? You said yourself, hobos, murder hobos, right?
Yeah.
So, let's go
Murder
down.
hobos.
Say that. I didn't say that.
Goblins ahead. Now begins the killing, followed by a light valley.
So, Garthor, you being at the front of the masses, what do you do?
Well, what had happened to that hobgoblin was Cassius set it on fire, then it fell down the hole.
Well, I just go
I think
down,
we're lightning.
whatever.
Okay,
I'll deal
great.
with
So
it
Garthor-
once whatever
guys. Garthor
creatures
climbs.
that lurk.
Excellent. Garthor climbs down the ladder, and the smell is fairly overwhelming, but it basically just smells like a very damp basement. Now, it should be luxurious, but keep in mind that it's not a mansion, it's not an estate, it's a basement. So what sort of items would you find in a luxurious home but would be in a basement? You look around you, you see 2 chairs, you see a table. What do you see other than people? Because there are no people down there.
Do I say what do I see?
Yes, you do.
Okay. I see a Warpole sword plus 3.
Yeah.
No,
I
okay,
see.
okay.
I see. We've reached session 4.
Okay, I pull out my greatsword and I'll see a chandelier. Silver chandelier.
Okay, excellent. You
That's
see a silver
something
chandelier
in a
hanging from, absolutely perfect, hanging from the ceiling. It looks crystal. But it looks dusty. It looks like it's been hanging there for a while, and it's hanging by its last threads, so to speak. It's brass, and it is kind of tilted off of the ceiling.
Okay. Are there any kind of anything other? Is there any kind of gems on the chandelier?
You move over to inspect the chandelier, and you see that everything on the chandelier is glass. It
So the
seems to be
value,
that
even though it would be not as expensive, right?
it's almost makeshift to try to kind of put this thing together and act as luxurious as possible, while in reality it's in a basement. That said, the 2 luxurious chairs are both very ugly and different colors.
My question is, would the brass of the chandelier be enough for me to make a chest plate? A brass chest plate, melted down, kind of like a Roman kind of chest plate.
Probably not, but you feel like it might
Could-
be able to be worth some money at the very least.
Could I make a helmet out of it?
That chandelier doesn't even have any holograms, let alone gems.
Could I
Again-
make a, could I make a like a an arm thing, just like
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah,
that
you could
that-
make
that,
some
that should be
bracelets.
possible. And I don't have to be a freaking like armor.
No, for sure. You could
No,
make some cool armor and some bracers or some makeshift gauntlets out of it. It might take some time, but you could probably do it. You've had that experience in your life. Who came down next on the ladder?
That would have been me.
Okay, so Yasha, what do you see in the basement? Some sort of luxurious item.
I would probably see a number of bookshelves filled with some books, and
would.
probably the additional writing implements and books on the table.
Absolutely. A desk in the corner. The desk you approach and you see it has been water damaged completely. You see some ink bottles, but the ink itself is actually a dark sap from darkwood trees. You approach the desk and you take a look at it, and it's next to these bookshelves. And on the bookshelves, you see a book called The Intricate Histories of Ankea.
That would probably interest me. I like reading about lore and history and stuff.
Excellent.
Something
you
my
pull it
master
down.
built into me from listening to all his stories.
Oh yeah, he was an old guy always telling you stories, passing down tales. And when you pull the book down, you open it, and surprised to see it is completely blank. So
This
those
would,
books. Go ahead.
That would probably really, really interest me. I mean, I'd probably flip through it a bunch and wonder, why would they leave this blank? It has such an interesting title. And I'd probably continue looking along the shelf.
Excellent. It's a far bookshelf, a large bookshelf along the western wall, and I can name you a few books if you'd like. But who's next down the ladder?
I think that's probably me.
Excellent. So, what
Unless
do you do?
Solar wants to go down.
Cassius is summoning Steven.
Oh.
Manifesting Steven.
Manifesting.
How long does it take again?
Steven Seagal. That's
10
what
minutes.
he's.
I think 10 minutes is how long rituals are supposed to take.
Steven Seagal is a level 40 monk that is undefeatable.
I say if his unseen servant is Steven Seagal, then it's Steven Seagal is Ghost Puncher.
And the thing is, Steven Seagal, the more Steven Seagal eats, the more undefeated he is, and the less he moves.
So, real quick question. I don't want this to turn into a huge deviation, but have you seen the reality show that Steven Seagal starred in, where he is a legitimately a cop?
No,
it's
I have not.
horrible. It's so bad. Oh my
It is
god!
so
Like,
Okay.
I thought his recent movies were bad, but I don't know what is worse, honestly.
The important thing is that you are aware that this is a thing and it happened. So-
I thought the reality show with David Hasselhoff that they canceled after 2 episodes was bad. I haven't even seen it. I only seen like a trailer for it, and I knew it was like, no thanks.
All right.
Uh,
I'll head
uh,
down the ladder.
Excellent. As you head down the ladder, Yasha,
Real-
just go
I was
ahead.
gonna say real quick before I head down though. Did the elves follow us?
They're right in front of you, so they'd be coming in after you. They seem to have, taken a confidence in Yasha in their protection, but for some reason, the girl's mother, Calith's mother, has sought you out for some reason. Yasha, as you're looking at the bookshelf, you see a book called The Courage of Sir Ector. It is by a man named Vinek Besmer. Illuminated, it's a life story of the famous paladin, Sir Ector. It is a book, red leather, and it's got gold tooling and edges, but the entire thing is water damaged. You have also seen Recipes for Brewing the Blessed Beers of Our People by Samantha Runewise. You actually recognize her as a book that you've seen inside your monastery. She's a noted dwarven skald and brewmistress. It is bound in lizard skin, also water damaged. What do you see when you come down the ladder, Helen?
Oh, can you type those in the chat, please?
Absolutely. Something luxurious, but water damaged.
Let's see, it's a basement.
Yes.
So
I see nerds playing Dungeons and Dragons.
Mom, I don't want food yet. We'll be up in 2 hours for lasagna.
how long is it gonna be before those Rice Krispie squares are done?
Oh, God.
We've all been there, bro.
Have you done your homework?
You're out of Mountain Dew.
Is there also should be a treatise on how to avoid how to win by avoiding small skirmish battles by Sir Convent?
Okay, so next down the ladder.
I would say a wine rack.
Yes, there's a wine rack, a beautiful wine rack. Almost all the bottles have been taken off. A couple bottles of very cheap wines, saved obviously for last drinkage. Nothing great on it, but a large wine rack takes up the entire wall opposite that of the bookshelf.
Okay. Are there any empty bottles about?
Sure, a couple.
Yeah, back at the beach.
I definitely want to take a couple of empty bottles, and I guess I'll check the ones that are left to see if they've gone to vinegar or.
They are not too old. In fact, still good. Nothing down here is ancient. Someone lived here. They look to be Wellberry wine.
Alright, I suppose we should go ahead and take that. Keeps longer than water. Has more calories.
Gets you drunk.
Can I get a bottle of wine?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
I don't know how many are left. There's
There were 2.
2. Okay. Well, here, I'll give you 1. I'll take 1. I don't have to be the one who takes it. Somebody else can take it if they want. I just think we should keep
1
it on
is fine.
alcohol. The alcohol in it keeps it from spoiling as quickly, and other than that, there is some amount of nutrition in wines and ales.
Also,
If
barter
worse
value.
comes to worse, you can keep yourself alive for days with beer.
True. I take down. I attempt to take down to remove the chandelier.
Excellent. You pull it down with ease, and are examining it. Cassius, you come down. One last thing. What is on the floor? Is it hard wood? Is it a rug? What is it?
The floor. Let's say the floor are really easily breakable, but sort of like glued to stone tiles with a mosaic pattern.
Absolutely. This entire thing has been makeshifted to look like a rich man's bedroom. Garthor, as you're taking off the chandelier, you actually tear off a bit of the ceiling and the floor above, realizing just how fragile this entire structure is. You look down and you see the mosaic underneath you. Cassius, you drop down from the ladder and actually crush some of these once beautiful tiles. But all of these mosaics, all of these pieces of this larger mosaic, they must have come from a different location. They're not all from the same place. And the last person down is Dolgren.
Can I just add, before coming down there, Cass summoned an invisible creature that is really simple, and only he can sort of see the shape. And it kind of looks like an imp to him.
Steven. Yes.
Steven, yes. And he summoned him finally, and he said, "Steven," he pointed at the altar, and he said, "Dismantle," and then he left. Now, how long and how far he's gonna go with dismantling is up to you.
I mean, as long as you don't pull a Sean and totally munchkin it, I leave it to you.
I don't.
Pull a Sean. I like that.
Can't pull a Sean unless you totally don't Sean up my campaign.
I would like to turn to Helen and say, I think all of these pieces came from the ships.
There's a good chance of that. Most of this probably came from the ships.
I wanna the glass parts of the chandelier. I wanna take them off, and I want to. Is there anywhere a bag, like a leather bag or something that I can use?
Yes, and underneath the desk.
Okay, so what I want to do is I want to take the empty bottles of the and I want to take the glass particles and I want to put it in the bag and crush them, and then put it so that so it doesn't that I can have the shards in there.
Okay.
Can I do that and tie it up?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a thick leather bag, so nothing breaks through.
Okay.
Yeah, you have a bag of clinking sharded glass.
Okay.
Actually, nothing, Solar. Yasha, you look to the corner of the room, and actually, same with you, Helen. And you see Dolgren, kind of looking what you might only describe as ashamed. Yasha, he is staring at the floor.
I am going to approach him and try and see what it is that he's looking at.
What? Nothing? What? That is nothing.
You would not have that look on your face if it was nothing.
What look? I fucking hate you, Fox. I wish the people at home could see the chat box.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Serendipity.
Circumvent serendipity. It's ridiculous.
That should. I want to have now a character, a knight. That's his name.
Serendipity.
Adams.
Circumvent.
Really clever.
Yeah, it is. He's clever. All right. Let's
How about circumcision?
Oh, everyone would hate him.
Yeah, he's an asshole. That guy. He'd
have good intimidation rolls though.
He kind of Dahlgren backs up against the wall. Nothing does. I'm sorry. I mean nothing.
Are you hiding something again?
God damn it, Fox. Really? He looks to you, Cassius, and says, "No.
This is where I flex my key again. That explosion of blue ethereal energy. It's not the fountain as it was before, though. I'm more rested and much more. Definitely don't want to scare the people behind me. But this is where it just starts to leak out of my body as a small flood. And I basically say, I'm getting really tired of you constantly dodging our questions and putting these people in danger.
I don't know what the answers are." Roll intimidate, Mitchell.
Yeah, let me look that up real quick.
Or anybody who would like to attempt to intimidate him. As Garthor and Fox, Garthor and Helen are looking over and seeing
Of
all
course,
this
I roll a
occurring.
6. My rolls are shit.
Oh,
What
damn.
the shit, Garthor? Jesus Christ.
I know, but I added plus
You're the
2,
fighter.
so it's 8.
I know.
That's just plus proficiency, or wait, actually no, it's just plus strength, right?
Intimidation is actually plus your charisma bonus.
Oh,
If
yeah.
you have proficiency in it, then you add your bonus, your proficiency bonus.
20. Setting my hand on fire, by the way.
Okay, so describe to me, Cassius, how you are intimidating. We've got this
Wait.
flowing energy coming from Yasha. What are you doing, Cassius?
It's not fire, it's lightning, right? Cassius is nonchalantly walking towards the bookshelves, and as he's doing that, he's keeping his eyes, staring without blinking at Dahlgren, and at one point, as he notices that Yasha is doing his own magic thing, Cass sort of inwardly smiles, and his eyes begin to spark out lightning, and the lightning grows really quickly, and at some point it just starts seeping out.
No, please. And he backs against the wall even further, and realizing he can't back up anymore, he falls down, sitting down, and he just starts weeping and pulling up planks on the floor. He's pulling up plank after plank of this rotted, ruined floor underneath him, and slowly but surely you begin to see dirt appear underneath, and then some metal, and then bones. He's pulling up planks, and you see bones underneath until it begins to reveal a skeleton of somebody.
I want to try intimidate now one more time.
Go ahead.
I do the other dice. It's 2. I'm not gonna roll anything. I'm taking the brass thing.
Yeah, you remove all the glass. You can go ahead and add the brass from a chandelier to your inventory.
Yeah. That's what I'm gonna do. I try to intimidate him. It's very sad, and I just go back to my chandelier. And
like, yo, I'll totally kill you if you don't tell me your stuff. All right, later.
Oh my God, you'll get such a whooping if you don't tell me what you know.
That's exactly.
You confess your sins to me, or I will give you such a pinch.
I sound like some. Anyway, I won't even say.
Whose body is that?
Anyway, I will kneel in front of Dahlgren and take hold of his hands and say, "Enough. Who is it?" And I am significantly more gentle with how I am approaching him.
He looks at you and he says, "I don't know."
Then why are you so scared?
Because I don't know.
You know there's a body here, and for some reason you thought we'd be mad at you.
He looks down. He says, "I know there's a body here. I know, but I don't know why."
I'm gonna hand him or uncork in one of the the bottle of wine I got and hand it to him.
Oh, he
Yes,
takes
well-
it. He takes it gladly, and he begins just drinking it down, almost the entire bottle. And then
Maybe it's about half. I'm gonna kind of like gently push his hand down, just like,
Okay,
"Nah, maybe not,
take it
not
back.
so much.
not the whole thing, but you do realize, Helen, that this is probably the only time you've seen him sober.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I put the cap back on, just be like, it'll come. We'll figure it out. Or it's like I'm just like, don't distress yourself so much. Either we'll figure it out, or it doesn't matter.
He grabs you by your what are you wearing, Helen?
Well, I'm back in my chainmail, but other than that, I'd be wearing a tunic. That's fairly that.
He grabs a fistful of your tunic and your chainmail and pulls you in and says, "I have all of these memories, and I don't know who they belong to."
Cassius will say interesting, and he'll go to grab the body and try to examine it, but he'll get distracted by a flash at the corner of his eye from the bookshelves.
Okay.
And he'll look back and try to see what the hell that was.
A flash by the bookshelf. Okay. So, do you want to examine the body first, or do you want to be distracted by the bookshelves?
No, he completely forgot about the body. He's looking for the flash.
What is it? The bookshelves.
He doesn't really know. He saw something sparkle or flash and go by like really instantly, and he immediately turned around and it was gone, and he doesn't know where it came from.
Well, actually, you might look around for a little bit and see. I'm not sure where you were headed, Solar, but he might see that one of the stones is more polished than the others.
He'll try to examine that stone. He'll try to push it and move it around.
Excellent. So he moves over to the stone. What did you want to do, Yasha?
I was going to approach him and say, "How long have these visions been plaguing you?"
Visions. You call them visions, like I see them, like they're scenes in one of the plays of the Rakis performance. No. I have memories in my mind. He looks at Garthor and says, "I know you. I've seen you before, but I don't know where. I know that I have never seen you, Garthor.
How you mean before?
I remember seeing you, but I know that I've never seen you. I know that I have not."
Speak sense, man. Yeah, we'll try an intimidate check one more time. Yes, and I get a 20.
Really? Really?
Yes, I'm not kidding. Here.
You're gonna try to intimidate him while he's crying on the ground.
I do recognize.
I rolled a
gloriousness of the
20.
roll.
I'm gonna fucking intimidate the shit out of him. I'm angry at him. I grab him. I drop and I just shake him and I'm like saying, "What do you know? What do you know?"
Kill me! Just kill me! Ruin it for me! Just destroy my brain! Spread it across all of the lands of
I just slap him for him to shut up and I drop him.
I'm going to catch his hand if he goes to slap him.
You move to try, and he slaps him already. That critical hit, at the very least, gets him a slap in the face. And he slaps, and he drops, and he's bawling on the floor, and he begins to crawl inside of this makeshift underfloor grave, which you begin to realize is the source of this musky scent.
If I was going to say, if he's falling, can I catch him?
Go ahead and roll a dexterity check.
That's not great. 8. 6 is what I have on the die.
Yes, he falls. You try though, and now you're kneeling by him or standing over him, and to try to help, and he pulls away. He doesn't want your help. He wants to die. Just take it. I cannot.
I am turning his face forcefully towards mine, and summoning up one of the granules of divine power gifted to me for the day, pouring it through me. And or as per my training from the clerical school, I speak calm down in a voice that cannot be denied. That's saving throw 14.
He calms down, and he just his breaths are still heaving but are large, and he looks to you, and he looks to Garthor, and he looks back to you, and he says, I should know who this woman is, but there are so many memories in my mind I cannot keep track of which are mine and which are not mine.
Aww.
There's only one person in my life that allows me to totally take over the living room for my role-playing games. So I love you. Are you leaving? I love you. All right. Okay, she's gone, guys. We can party.
All right. Anyway, Parker,
All right, bring out the blackjack and hookers.
There we go. And the blow.
Hookers! Hookers! Yasha, what's up?
I was going to approach him again because he still changed the question. He never answered me of how long these visions have been plaguing his mind. So I do ask him again, how long has this been happening?
Since I arrived, since the shipwreck.
I sharply turn to Helen, Garthor, and Cassius and say, have you all been getting visions as well?
I guess so. The dream would count. I explained the dream one more time with the winged lady and turning into Cassius. And also some of the things that dealing with my... There was the one where it was something with my past. I don't know if that counts with me. That's important.
The fighting the skeleton. Well, he explains it.
Well, I was mining, and then I encountered a skeleton, which is the part of my background.
Mm-hmm. He says,
these
are not visions. These are not visions. These are not dreams. These are memories. I remember things that I never experienced.
Cassius, while being too focused on his own thing, he just sort of nonchalantly waves at you and he says, just the usual.
And Cassius, as you wave, you pull a stone out of the wall.
Mm-hmm. He seems really focused, and he's like super curious, like he's seeing something that's he's doing for the first time, like he's having an adventure, you know. He found something, like a cat.
Awesome. Awesome. You pull one stone, and then another, and behind the wall, you seem to see what looks like a map. And you pull one stone, you keep pulling stones, and you see a map of a large island. And on the eastern coast of the island you see what looks to be a symbol of a settlement, and it has the letter A next to it. On the southeastern coast of the map, you see what looks to be a drawing of a lighthouse. And throughout the center of the map, there are some rivers, there's some small settlements, but primarily the entire middle of this island is taken up by a forest.
Okay, I point to the A one, and it's like I said, this has to be the Archie base that has been mentioned in this paper.
And Garthor, when you go and point to it, you see that not only is there a map behind this wall, but there's also a small passage, what looks to be leading underground.
Next to the A?
This is getting weirder
Next to the
and
map.
weirder.
Oh.
I start exploring it. Is there any material for me to make a torch? I break off one of the chair legs. If
Excellent.
I find any sort of oil or rags, and then
Okay, you
I
can
light
tear
it
up the
with.
chair.
Cassius causes a small light around him with zapping between two fingers a constant stream of electricity.
So basically, I try to make a torch. Well,
Actually, Garthor, with the 2 chairs, you could probably make effectively 8 torches.
8. Okay, then I make 8 torches.
Excellent. So you see
And
Garthor.
well, if Cassius lights it up, then I don't light up the torch, but I'm gonna keep them anyway.
Yeah, you can make them.
I'll wait till he finishes making them, and then I'll cast a light.
When you hold it out to Cassius, he seems to be trying to set them on fire, but he just can't do it. Every time he wants to set it on fire, he just zaps. And one time he almost zapped you in the.
Hey, Cassius, chill. It's fine.
Chill.
And I look
It's
at
not fine.
Wait, we touch.
It's not fine. He keeps trying to make fire, but he just can't do it.
It's okay, man. It's fine. You know.
I
Don't worry about it.
I'll have you know that whoever's standing in front of Dolgren will realize he seems very surprised at the wall being pulled to pieces.
That would probably end up being me. I would also be checking back to the elven woman and her daughter if they did come down with us, because one of the last things I want them to see is this body.
They have come down with you, and as you look at them to try to protect their sight from this horrific skeleton, you see that they are already looking at it. And the woman actually looks far more... What did I tell you her name was, Fox?
Something with an S.
I got it down here.
I meant to write it down. I looked, and all I found was
Selas, right?
Yeah.
Selas.
And it was
You're
something
such a
like
dick,
that.
Fox. Oh, shut up, Fox. I can't believe you wouldn't write it down.
Oh, the only
just
notebook
kidding.
within reach.
I remembered because I wanted to make a joke about Celavi
know.
at some point.
Okay. Selas. Selas actually seems more horrified than her daughter. Daughter's looking at it very matter-of-factly, as children often do. That's a skeleton.
What the?
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying that the only notebook within reach of me was my spouse's, which means if I wrote it down, it would be lost amongst a million notes and weird little sketches. And as I was thinking that, I was flipping through it and landed on a page with a sketch titled Boob Lamp. And it is literally just...
You know what? I would probably say, what the... Also.
It's just it's literally just one of those floor lamps that you put in apartments that don't have overheads with a pair of boobs.
Good.
Just on the stalk in the middle, just the central beam. It just has a pair of jubblies.
That's how I would.
So now I've got this
imagine
picture of Helena looking around the room down here. There's a skeleton over here, and she just finds this lamp sticking up with a pair of hooters on it.
What
Why
do you
is-
see down in the basement? I see a bookshelf,
Why
I see a
does-
wine rack, I see a desk, I see a boob lamp.
It's just
I see a wine rack, I see a lamp rack.
now I found a picture of a toaster.
Good job. Good
What
job.
okay, I just found a picture of a toaster with Baps as well.
Everybody Google boob lamp.
No,
Sheesh.
stop it.
You probably don't want to.
Actually, you'd be surprised at the shopping amount. Like, I mean, you'd be surprised at the amount of items that you could purchase. There are a lot of.
Hot gadgets.
Oh my god! There are a lot of.
Activated USB LED boob lamp.
I would actually recommend that you guys Google boob lamp, and all you viewers at home. This is intense. There are a lot of lamps shaped like breasts, purposefully and on accident.
ChrisLovesJulia.com, February 27, upgrading the boob light.
I got also the square section.
I just want to know what this is. I'm posting this in the chat, and I will encourage Sean to post this in this link below the video. What the shit is that?
Looks like a drawer.
Jesus Christ. I bet you that was... Oh my gosh.
Looks like a drawer. I love you.
You know what that reminds me of? There is a Japanese... Of course they made it in Japan, you know, no offense to Japanese people, but it was like a pillow shaped like a woman's lap. So...
Good. I googled boob lamp, and that's the picture I got. Okay.
That has nothing to do with boobs.
I agree. that it's
No,
not.
that's-
It doesn't belong.
Shame on
lamps
Google.
there, so...
It's like
Dolgren
something out of a Bjork video.
has reached down into this makeshift grave, and he's grabbed this a hammer out of it, a rusted hammer, and he's kind of weeping over it while holding it in his lap. And but his eyes are fixated on the wall. Still has a somewhat surprised face on his face.
I'm probably going to see if I can actually try and get the elven woman and her child to stop gazing upon the skeleton and maybe try and comfort them.
They
are
do.
not-
The elven woman herself, she covers the eyes of her child and Calith, and she actually looks to you and puts an arm around you and tucks her face into your shoulder.
I have a question with the skeleton. I am, you know, I'm not saying I'm not unfazed, but I am curious to see what size the skeleton is. What species does it belong to? Like more like human or dwarf or something?
I would have you roll a nature check.
Just check to see if the skull is made out of stone.
Okay.
And before we
I
go
could do
in,
that as
guys
well.
will examine the bookshelves.
I don't have nature, so I'll just do intelligence. which
You would
I
have
got-
it because of your experience with skeletons, though.
Yeah, I did fight a living one, so.
Can I check
rolled-
two
I,
markers?
rolled,
inside
I
the
rolled a
range of it?
14, so.
Hold on one second. Fox, I've already added one of those to my cart. I'm buying a
Barter.
boob lamp. Yes.
Mr. Boob Lamp, I rolled a 14.
Awesome. You
I
can
think
tell
it'd be
that.
More impressive,
It's-
like I said, if you could find this other page, which is a toaster with tits for some reason, and a picture of a toast beside it.
That sounds like a weird, like a podcast. Toaster with tits.
Yeah, the titster.
I think we've found a title for part 5 of our one
Toaster
shot.
with tits.
Toaster with tits.
Boob appliances.
Boob appliances. I will say that. What was the question? Oh yeah, Garthor. You recognize the skeleton as being a humanoid, but it is a shorter human. So probably a dwarf, maybe a halfling.
Okay. And I look at Dolgrim and I said, "Was he somebody that you knew?"
I don't know. I think so.
Because you looked at this hammer. I mean, that's something that is usually important to dwarves.
I don't know.
Obviously, you have been somehow manipulated. I don't understand these things, but if we want to have any more information, I'm guessing we need to go to follow this map and go to Arki.
While they were doing all that stuff, and Cass, after he discovered the map and the tunnel, he sort of took a minute or two to examine the bookshelves and see if there's anything interesting.
Okay. Basically, everything else that was not already discovered has been water damaged beyond repair, beyond recognition. It's entirely full, but everything is there, dried out, but beyond recognition. Almost as if whoever put those things there, put them there to pretend that they were living a luxurious life without actually reading the books.
Does it look like any of the water damaged ones were damaged while standing in the shelf?
Not that you would be able to tell.
Okay. Moving on.
But everything in there is water damage except for the structure of the lighthouse itself. So you can assume, you'd probably assume no, everything was water damaged before.
These people are crazy.
Yep.
So that was the bit. Moving on.
Barker, can I tell if the map on the wall is similar to the one I was drawing?
It is actually incredibly similar. You are a very good cartographer, Yasha. I'm not sure if you realized it before, but you remember that you were charged with mapping the area around your monastery, the Lone Wolf, and you mapped forests and rivers and banks and actually a large chasm that you had come across when you were a child. But you are far better than you might have even anticipated. So this map is actually just the southern coast and the eastern coast and the northern coast. The forest is in the middle. The western coast has been left blank, as in you're not sure. You're fairly you're presumptive that this is an island because at the top of the map you see the words Moonglade Isle. But the western side of the island has been left blank. A is on the eastern side, as Garthor said, perhaps Arki, and the bottom right is the lighthouse, and there is just a beach, kind of an obvious beach between the forest and the ocean, moving up the coast and around the island.
A is to the north then from the lighthouse.
From you would actually be kind of to the northeast, because you are not at the southeast tip of the island if the lighthouse is where you are currently on the map. It would actually be northeast, over the beach. You see that there's actually a place where you will have to cross a large river. But beyond that, yes, that would be A.
I'm going to try and take that map without moving much so I don't disturb the woman and her child, of which whenever she hugged me I probably would have froze up a bit, not used to such intimate contact, before slowly wrapping my arms around the two of them, trying to make gentle, soothing noises while also projecting my key very, very softly to...
I bet you would project your key very thoughtfully.
Killing him softly with my key.
It's just like, I just pictured a complete nerd having their first kiss. Like, holy shit, what do I do? What do I do? There's a girl here. There's a girl. Oh my god, you're a girl. What's that like?
Oh my god, yes.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I'm a monk.
I must project my key softly as to not disturb her.
Yeah.
Sir, you cannot project your key here in public. It is against the law. I am restrained from projecting your key.
Please
There
cover
are
your
children
key,
here.
sir. Cover your key.
Yes.
I am the keymaster. Are you the gatekeeper?
Oh, there we go. Pop culture reference.
Oh, that's good. I love it.
Yeah.
The best part is it's from the guy who was picking on you for a Spider-Man reference.
I know.
Uh,
Oh, good stuff.
You want to play some Super Mario Brothers?
That's Ghostbusters, right?
Yep.
Okay,
Yes.
here. No, okay. Now I have to. Yes, it was. Now I have to. Now I have to actually do it because it's my karma at this point.
What?
At least you don't have to. At least you already have the key. It's not in another room that's flooding. And that's really bad, but that was the Titanic reference that I was making fun of earlier.
It was. You were right that it was really bad.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, Titanic.
Really bad.
No, it wasn't.
I didn't even understand the reference till he said it.
Yeah,
I
it was
have.
that bad. You wouldn't.
Isn't it sad? Isn't it sad that it took me a moment to realize that the previous one wasn't from The Matrix, it was from Ghostbusters, and I realized the Titanic one without ever having seen Titanic.
Oh
You've
God.
never seen Titanic? How will you know how it ends?
I don't want to see it. It's a terrible concept.
Look, I can
for
tell
a
you right
movie.
now how Titanic's going to end. The
You know
Titanic
what?
basically goes, all
You
right,
know what?
I nominate
Titanic was a
everybody for the
miracle.
ILS Book Challenge.
Titanic was a miracle for the lobsters in the kitchen.
Yep,
Hey.
it was.
It was a miracle.
I love the ending of that movie. It's just like, hey, look at me. I have like 60 years of history between this story and now, but my husband, my children, my grandchildren, none of that matters. My heaven is that one time
fling I
like
had on the
60 years ago
Titanic.
that I fucked a bum.
Yeah. Never let go. Never let go. Irony. She fucking lets go.
And then there's the fact that he didn't have to give her the whole piece of wood.
That's.
Just kidding.
He gave her the whole piece.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're on a roll.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, so you're
Jeez, I
removing
haven't
the
thought
map,
about the
Yasha.
Titanic forever. I only saw it that one time way back, and I barely
That's
remember
okay.
anything.
Hang on, says Cassius as he holds was it Yasha that was dismantling?
He's
pulling
removing
the-
the map.
Right. Hang on a second, and he looks at the map and he tries to find the Moonglade.
Ah. The entire place is the Moonglade Isle, but go ahead and roll either Arcana or History or even Religion.
I can
Cassius.
do that second one, history, unless that's specific to Cassius.
For now, it's specific to Cassius. We'll see how he does, and then I'll shoot it
19
over to you.
total.
For
Way to
which
go,
one?
man.
Arcana.
Arcana, you heard the word Moonglade, or you might have read it, and you recognize it as a name for a certain place that's exuding arcane activity.
Hmm. I don't see any marks, referring to that though.
You see that the name of this island is Moonglade Isle.
So it could be this whole island, as far as I know.
It could be. Yasha, go ahead and roll either history. Excuse me,
I'm going
history
with history.
or religion. Awesome.
Let's see. Actually, I believe history is. Come on, scroll up. Alrighty.
Actually, I'd like to roll history as well, if that's all right.
Let's see how he does first.
If it matters.
Well,
12? What did you say? 12, Yasha?
yeah, I typed in chat.
Okay. Oh, sorry, I didn't see it. Yeah, you actually you learned from Helen earlier that you are in the Grace Winds, this archipelago, exuding not only volcanic activity but arcane activity, and historically the Durakus Empire was founded on this colonization idea to colonize these separate areas that are exploding in magic. which is kind of a new idea in this world. It started when King Dyrachus. Dyrachus not only didn't used to only be under an emperor, he used to be under King Dyrachus. That's how the empire was named. Decided to move west, and he moved west into the ocean, across the ocean to these new islands, and started discovering these pockets of energy that he was, that people, these wizards, that's what they were called, were able to harness. And that you believe you are on one of those islands now.
All right, I'll just probably continue removing the map from the wall.
Excellent. All right, great.
Cassius will remove his hand and he'll start murmuring Moonglade. I know that name.
I wanna start looking through the other books and using whatever info I can find, and also I want to roll for history basically, but kind of with the help of the books, if they help at all.
Do it.
By the way, I rolled the same number.
I have no clue.
Hold on. What'd you get, Garthor? You have
I rolled a 4.
I actually want you to have advantage on this roll, Garthor, for reasons unknown.
Because I haven't had any luck with rolls. I had 120, but
It actually works in your favor. But
I rolled an 8, so it's a little bit better.
oh man, pick another d20. I'm sorry. You recognize the name
Sad when the
Moonglades?
DM says pick another d20.
Yeah, no. I want to use mine.
That is
It kicked
cool.
your ass earlier. It might be
I'm
well
using
for you.
another one. Well, actually, the white one that I have, that's where I had the 20. But today, anyway, let's continue.
Excellent. Okay, so what do you guys want to do? It's morning.
I want to take.
Brendan's
I want
sitting
to.
there.
Can I take the 2 books? The one with the what is it called? The Courage of Sir Ector and.
I thought I already took those.
Okay, well.
You
then
may
it's-
if you're talking to Yasha.
No, it's okay. No worries. I will. Are we tired again?
No, it's still morning. You do see, however, that there is a book buried with the skeleton, Garthor.
Okay.
It's bark covered.
Hey,
It looks to
campaign
be.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, I
No,
dust it off and I start reading it. I open it up.
It's
just
bark
noticed-
covered.
Sorry.
It's an no, that's okay. It's an annotated scrapbook filled with pressed flowers, herbs, and exotic feathers. Yeah, that's it.
I want to do a check to see what this book is about.
Excellent. Go ahead and give me a nature check.
I don't have nature, so it's just going to be my intelligence.
Raw
Wait,
intelligence.
wait. I have survival.
What survival?
It's not. Yeah, I don't have nature, so I rolled a 9.
Okay. You do recognize that this book is in Dwarven, and you do recognize that while walking along the beach and looking at some of the fauna and the flora of this location, these flowers and these feathers, these things that have been dried and pressed into this book, you've not seen anything of the sort on this isle.
Okay, I basically show it to the others, and I tell them that basically that it's I have not seen any kind of these other plants there, and I tell them where I found the book.
Sure.
Can you read this?
I can.
I give him the book.
Excellent. It is written in Dwarven, obviously, and it's a
Well,
requiem.
we have a dwarf here, so we have 2 dwarves actually here. So
Let's.
True. But you hand it to Cassius, and it is a eulogy written for a person who has passed away.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know what eulogy means.
Eulogy is kind of like a final speech given at a funeral by usually a priest or somebody standing by to speak about this person who has died. It's like a last
Somebody who
word.
was, somebody who was quite close to them.
I'll
Yes.
stand over the skeleton and I'll read it out loud.
Excellent. You read it out loud, and you realize two things. The first thing is that this is directed toward a woman who has raised many children in the Mountain Clan, and which is probably the most glorious clan in all of Ankea, glorious dwarven clan. And the second thing you realize is that Dolgren begins weeping as if he is reliving memories. He decides that he is going to head back up the beach. He is empty of tears and empty of emotions. And he looks to all of you and says, I don't know what else to do. I have to go back unless you will kill me now. Please.
It's simple.
back
Get
where?
off this island.
What was that?
Where do you want to go back to?
That's just my cave. I don't know.
Well, it might be for the best, but we could find out why you have this affliction.
Could I go with you?
Well, I mean, you're suffering, and maybe you are gonna be the answer to this whole enigma.
Enigma. If you take me with you, I will serve you well.
Don't talk about killing you, okay? We won't kill you, so just calm down.
Cassius. Well, we might kill you.
I guess he still doesn't like him.
Of course not.
Very
I
important.
would kind of point out to the other guys, has anyone been down the tunnel yet?
Nobody's been down the tunnel.
Well, I light up a torch, and I said, well, no use in postponing it. I'm gonna go down.
Can you tell me the name and race of the skeleton?
By the way,
No.
I use, do I have a flint and steel? Did I get that?
Actually, you would have advantage on your nature check, Cassius. You can go ahead and roll a d20 again. You would have flint and steel.
Alright, then I have to
20.
add that still. I wanted to say I use my whetstone and my sword, but it wouldn't work, so flint and steel.
I rolled a natural 20 for remembering the name of a skeleton in the floor of a lighthouse in
No.
a random island.
Remembering the race, right? That's what you asked.
Name and race, trying to figure that out.
Oh, you wouldn't be able to know the name just based on seeing the skeleton.
The eulogy.
Actually, but yes, in the eulogy, good point. You would read in the eulogy that this woman's name was Irasha, and Irasha was a dwarf.
Was she irrational? Irrational?
God damn it.
Sorry.
No, that's all right.
It's Foxy.
Do you? I know. He affects everybody. Do you?
Yeah,
But
I'm
that-
infectious.
That is in no way a negative thing. I like you, Fox. Are you going into the tunnel, or are you going to Arky?
I was planning on going into the tunnel as well. I was trying to point out to Sean that I do have the light spell cast if you want to save that torch.
The torch already, I crossed it off, and I look at him and at her, at Helen, and him, her, it, and I say,
It says,
well, once this torch goes down, we can use your magic. I didn't think about this, so.
you should have said
And
torches are cooler.
While you guys are preparing and Cassius is inscribing the name of the deceased woman in the tiles with lightning scorching it in, sort of. He's mentioning, what about the altar?
You
We
had
already
already taken it
dismantled it,
apart.
didn't we?
Have we?
Yes.
All right. Apparently, I didn't hear that part, so sorry.
The altar upstairs where that turns the doohickey on.
Turns the doohickey on.
Yeah,
The murder lamp.
Yeah.
I spend 7 hours on an item to have it be called a doohickey and a murder lamp.
Well, we could still call it the boob lamp if you really want to.
Yeah, boob lamp.
Did
It's a boob lamp.
Steven come back when he finished his job, or did he stay where he was?
I'm sorry, what was his job?
To help dismantle the altar.
Yeah, yes, he helped dismantle it, and he completed his job, and he came back and he said, "Yes, sir, I'm done. I completed my job.
I love his accent.
I dismantled the
Did
altar."
he come back wearing a hard hat and overalls?
He is. I wear my overalls. My name is Steven.
No, boss.
Yeah. His name is Lenny.
I was gonna say, are you sure his name isn't Daryl?
What's that from?
Walking Dead?
No. Are you sure his name isn't Daryl? And does he, when he hangs out with his two brothers, Larry and Larry? Oh no, I'm sorry, it's Larry, Daryl, and Daryl.
Larry's better.
All right.
I'm gonna get me a packet of Nutty Buddies.
All right, so you want to move into the tunnel. Do you?
I'll give Steven a torch and tell him to just move forward. And he will never stop moving forward.
Okay. Can he hold a torch?
He can do simple tasks, basically.
Okay,
He's a small creature, can do simple tasks.
I think that's a simple task. Everybody is moving into the tunnel, and the darkness begins to surround you, despite this faint
Dark
light
vision.
emanating from this torch, and you see a tunnel just moving farther and farther underground, steps and steps, a staircase. And we are definitely going to level up, but first we'll take a 2-minute break so we can pee.
All right.
Real
I'm
quick,
all for that.
hold on, I have a quick question.
Yes.
So the unseen servant can do simple tasks, right? And if you tell it to begin one, it will continue doing it until it's completed. So it'll just do it forever if it doesn't.
Yep.
So would you say
I told him to move forward.
move forward? To just go down the tunnel. Would
Yeah,
you
I
think
pointed him.
that was a simple plan for him?
I just told him basically hold this torch and move forward, and that's it. And he will do that until he disappears. He'll do that
Cool.
forever.
Don't forget about him though. It wouldn't be nice, and you don't know what it's like to be Steven.
God damn it.
As far as he... Wait, what?
I'm going to pee.
What did I miss? What was
I
that?
mean, it's an awful band. Well, okay, it's a band that is awful to me. It's called The Simple Plan.
Oh, okay. I gotta go pee too.
The fact that I haven't heard them probably speaks wonders.
I will be right back. Also, I'm gonna go get some barbecue.
I'm gonna get myself another root beer.
Sounds about right.
Hi, guys. Hello?
Hey,
Of course, after I turn my
Somebody
capture and mic
outside?
off.
Is somebody outside? I hear wind.
I don't
It's
know.
Fox. Fox's mic is off. Either that or something's happening because it's
Holy
always
crap, I just had the spookiest experience of my life.
Really?
That was...
Okay.
I don't have
Midget
water
clown.
for some reason, and when I flushed the toilet, the pipes made these ooh, like a chorus in the background of a horror movie, you know, like oh, and they kept making that sound. And I don't usually turn the light on because I'm too lazy and I can pee in the dark. It's not a problem. I'm used to it. And it's like it's dark and I can see the moon through my window and I can hear oh from the pipes and there's no sound of water coming back. That was so weird.
That sounds like a horror movie title. I can pee in the dark.
It does. So
I have no mouth and I must pee.
Alone
There
in
we
the
go.
dark, peeing.
Have you played that game to the end, Fox?
which game?
I have no mouth and I must scream. It's quite an interesting adventure game based on a short story.
By
Like,
Harlan Ellison.
I have to
Yeah.
read that for my literature class.
I'm associating that with something that is really bad. I think that's a game that I really don't like.
It's definitely not easy. I needed to walk through like at certain points.
It really kind of wants you to fail, but that kind of fits.
It
the
actually
story.
fits that you can finish the game. There's like a lot of negative endings, and even the quote unquote best ending isn't really that great.
It's kind of ambiguous, and that's part of the point.
But I like that about the game because it has a. It's got a. I want to actually read the short story, but anyway, sorry, it's neither here nor there. Sorry.
Well, actually, it could be here or there because I am asking if you'd all like to do one of those "We'll see you next week" moments.
Yeah, I'm actually wanted to ask that because it was a little bit me not, actually going to sleep on time and waking up early. And for once, that's why I've been so tired. So I apologize.
That's what you get for taking walks in the Alps. Jesus.
That's
Cut your shit, man.
that was pretty brutal, man. That's
I saw the pictures and that looked pretty brutal, but that's why you should be more American and just get fat like us.
Well, you guys aren't fat.
Well, you want to see my
You're-
belly?
You're proof of the that it's not true. you know?
I was gonna say, well, I am.
He's gonna show his belly.
And also, I'm also half American, and there's also in Europe, there's quite a lot of fat people here too, so don't worry about it.
It's funny.
Yeah, I have no problem postponing till or continuing next week. I just want to take this moment just thank everybody for patience. Not only did I have issues with internet, but a good friend of mine and my wife's cousin passed away recently, and I was to give the eulogy on Saturday, and it was a hard moment because I didn't know him enough, and that's harder than, to me, that's more difficult than knowing someone really well. And so just thank you, Fox, for picking up the ball and running your game. And
No problem.
thanks for everybody's patience. And for the love of God, Fox, if I ever see that fucking DM screen in front of your picture's face again while I'm DMing, I am gonna crit hit your character in 8 seconds.
I thought about changing it back to the player thing for this, and then I was like, you know what? I too am lazy and have no problem being in the dark.
Nice.
I think this is a good point to stop the recording, right?
Rock and roll. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Hold on really quick before you stop it.
Check out
I'm
all our
Barker.
channels.
Yes, I'm Barker. We're gonna all go. Hold on, don't stop it yet. We all have to shill the shit out of our channels. I'm Barker from Be a Better Game Master. For all of you people who are still watching after 3.5 hours, go ahead, Fox.
Fox Winter from Seven Realms Productions. We do roleplay roulette. I'm eating barbecue.
Yeah. All right. Gaming Beast.
The Gaming Beast. If you're watching this is on my channel. I do Let's Plays, reviews, podcasts, other silly stuff, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Check it out. Subscribe. I'm on all kinds of places. Yep. Anyway, that's it.
Rad. Mitchell.
Hey everybody, I'm Tinho Mitchell. I do RPG reviews for classes, races, other such thing, as well as campaign world builders, as well as character builders.
Wait,
Basically,
wait. Hold on. Really? Hold on.
Yeah.
Your channel does shit?
Yeah, I started posting stuff.
Holy
I
shit!
saw the first video.
Awesome.
Just recently, yeah.
All right. Well,
I
damn,
actually have been watching those as well.
well, I guess I'm the only loser here who hasn't been tuning into Mitchell's channel. All right. I guess I'll change that.
Yeah, way to go,
Solar.
Parker.
Yeah, I know. I'm such an ass. So
Hey, looks like we've got another green dragon situation on our hands.
Yeah.
So, should I go?
I don't get it.
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead, Solar.
I actually have something interesting to say this time regarding my channel. Of course, still Solar Vids if you want to listen to playlists when you're playing League of Legends, or if you want some funny League of Legends compilations or something. I don't know.
Also, tune into him if you want some advice on your music that you've been creating and you want an honest opinion that punches you right in the dick.
Yeah, or that.
Go ahead. Sorry,
also-
continue.
Also, I've had a channel for a while that I haven't been using. It's I thought you had to type like Solar Official because that's the URL, but it's actually just the Solar. That's the thing. It's called just the Solar, and I'm actually gonna start making some RPG content there. I'm not sure. Like I have a bunch of ideas. I'm not sure how soon I'm gonna use all of them, but I'm gonna actually from tomorrow I'm gonna start posting stuff that's basically ideas on how to make a game more. Creative, or let's say fantastic, since it's a fantasy genre. Usually people like grit. They argue about low magic and they don't want to use things that are too epic, like a flying city, for example. They don't want to just have that outright from the start. I want to make a series that's about a bunch of really creative ideas that you can implement easily and make a game just really spice it up and with something that's not too difficult to do. And I'm gonna make one video per an idea.
All right, man. Solar Vids. And thank you again to the Gaming Beast for letting us run this shit on your channel, so we don't have to lose any subscriptions from ours.
It
We'll
is
just,
the equivalent of that we're running the game at my place, so to speak.
Yes, we are. And thank you all again for tuning in, and Godspeed. We'll see you next time.
We'll go out on some of my awesome book puns here.
Yeah, go ahead.
There was Feeding an Army in a Coastal Campaign by Sir Fenturf.
Close it.
Great job for the Death Muggle.